that up. Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, good. And are you a really good cook? I bet you're one of those people who can cook and bake, right? You are.
Yes.
I can only bake. Anything I try to cook, if it's like a dinner, it comes out tasting like rubber, but I can make cakes that will make you sing with joy. But you can do both. So right now, be gentle with yourself. This card.
Not cakes. Not cakes. I don't. I can't bake cakes. No.
Okay.
So you win that.
Good. Thank you. I needed that. Oh, by the way, if you like this piece I'm wearing, let me know on Facebook and I'll send it to you for free because you've had a really sucky time and I'd like to just give you something. I make this stuff. So let me know if you like it and I'll send it to you. Okay. You're welcome. Take me up on that.
Sure.
I love going to the post office for some reason. Okay. So this is where you are right now. I don't know if you're listening or if you're watching. If you're watching, you can see this is not a fun card. It's a card of sorrow and almost despair. However, when this card appears, it means that you're starting to come back to yourself a lot, that the worst of this is passing. And it's a wonderful card in terms of like it's going away. All this stuff is going away.
Okay.
I get your father, by the way, is very much with you, as is your son. And boy, your son is really handsome.
Oh. Yes, he was. Yes.
Yeah, he's real. I can see him. Do you mind if I ask how old he was?
He was 43.
Oh, wow. You sound younger than that.
He didn't look 43.
Oh.
He looks much younger than that. That's right.
Got beautiful cheekbones. And he's got this gorgeous skin tone. And he's got beautiful eyes. He loves you so much. And does he have two siblings?
Yes, you mean, yes, he had a sister. I have a younger daughter. Yes.
So there were two siblings. He wants you to tell your daughter that, first of all, he's sorry he hit her over the head with a block when they were about 3 and 5. But I think he was a little bossy as a little boy. He's just lovely. Yes. Yeah, I think he pushed her. He's got kind of a king energy to me. So, Angela in Brooklyn, I'll be with you in a couple of minutes. Yeah, he's got kind of a royal energy to me. Your son, he's got this lovely kind of regal, dignified, but guys like that when they're little boys can be very bossy because they know they're king. He's adorable. He's with you all the time. So is your husband still around?
Okay. Sorry?
Yeah, and is your husband still around?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I just held up the card about him. He's a lovely guy. And, men don't talk about their emotions. They don't say anything and then just walk in front of a truck. So give him lots of hugs and get lots of, they just don't. Men don't talk about their emotions, even when you use an electric cattle prod. But enough about my personal life. I'm going to have to take the next caller in a minute, but I'd like you to get in touch with me because if somebody loses a child, I give them a free 15-minute reading or however long they need. I do mediumship work, so it's something I like to do. Angela in Brooklyn, don't go away. I'd like to spend another couple of minutes with Nilufer because you and I are going to have a good time too, but I'm having a really good time with her. Okay, so one last thing, Nilufer. I think you've lost the ability to dream recently because it's just been, you are so strong. So what this card is about, Pisces. Was your son a Pisces? No.
My son was a Pisces. No, my daughter's a Pisces. My son was Aquarius.
Sorry, wrong kid.
Yeah.
And you're a Gemini, so you're everything. I do love Geminis. The Pisces card says to start to get back in touch with your dreams. Start getting back in touch start thinking about what makes you happy or what you'd like to do. Because I think when we go through a very hard time, our dreams get taken away from us. And so it's time
Yes,
for you to start.
I was just telling that to my daughter today, that I'm wondering why I can't dream, So she said it's because of the grief, probably. So you're so right.
Yes.
You are.
After I lost my mother, I didn't dream for a few months. And then suddenly when I dreamed, she was always there. But when somebody who's passed comes to us in dreams, it's not a dream, it's a visit. It really is. It's a visit.
Okay.
Just know that, because that's going to come in handy. You're going to start dreaming again soon, so don't worry about that. But I have such respect and admiration for the strength and grace with which you're handling this. So you're my new hero, Niloufer. I think you're great. All right, and get in touch with me, and I'll send you this and give you a free reading.
I will. Sweetie. I will. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. I get the best people. The show is like, it's so amazing, the people I get. And that includes you, Angela, in Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house. Brooklyn, you still there, Angela? Yes. Where in Brooklyn are you?
Yes, near Bensonhurst.
Awesome. I'm over sort of in that, like around Atlantic Avenue, sort of Brooklyn Heights-ish, sort of downtown-ish. But I love Brooklyn.
Well, I'm more towards, I've only been here around 60 years, so.
Well, welcome. We'll send the welcome wagon over. It's usually got a mafioso, a big thing of pizza, and I'll be sitting in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Angela. So I'm happy you're with us.
How are you?
I'm great. It's great to hear your voice. How are you?
Good. Going through crazy time, of course.
Yeah, you are. Tell me your birthday, my love. I'm going to grab my drink. When's your birthday? That's what I connect to people. What is it?
July 3rd, 51.
Oh, you're a Cancer. Yay! I'm a Pisces. We love you guys. So you can be tough on the outside, but you're such a sensitive marshmallow on the inside. My little duckling. Oh, my. You have been going through the ringer, honey. What the heck?
I know. I want to know if it's going to get better. I'm trying just to get everything together. It seems like I make it worse.
You know what? Here's the thing. Stop trying. Because you take so much responsibility for you carry the world on your shoulders, my darling, which is a wonderful quality. You're over responsible, and most people aren't responsible at all. So bless you, bless you, bless you. But you try to take care of everybody. How many kids do you have? You have 3?
Well, I have a stepson and 2 grandchildren.
You have what? I'm sorry.
A stepson and 2 grandchildren.
Oh, okay. I was seeing 3 kids around you, so I wasn't sure what that was. Yeah. You try to make everybody happy. You do it. You make everybody. But you don't make you happy because you're so busy taking care of everybody else. So let me pull some cards for you. Hold on.
Okay.
And I can tell you, within 2 weeks, things are about to get a lot better. But it feels like, kind of like, as a metaphor, it feels like you accidentally lit a match in a fireworks factory. I don't know what just happened, but everything went. Is that right?
It's everything, the house. I don't know if I should downsize financially, and everything is just a mess. And with my family and my grandchildren, I don't really see them that much. It's like everything is just gonna run away.
Oh, you want to go to Bali? I feel like running away to Bali. Pack a bag.
I'll go anywhere.
However,
I'll go anywhere.
One really nice thing. I didn't make this card appear. I put my hand in the bag, and this is what came up for you. It's the Sun card. What the Sun card means is that things are going to get miraculously better without you knowing how.
What? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Things are going to get miraculously better without you really knowing how. The Sun card actually means that there's a really nice time coming up for you. I know you don't believe it because everything's just gone kablooey, but believe it. The next thing that comes up is a reconciliation with grandchildren. This is a child card, and this is a happy, loving child card. And not that they're child children, but That situation looks like it's going to work itself out much sooner than you know, much sooner. But right now, it's the hard part. It's a transparent card. My friend Emily does them. It's a 10 of wands. And normally it's the card of a guy carrying 10 sticks in his back, and he's bent all the way over. And it's a card of just feeling so overwhelmed and oppressed and kind of lost. But whenever that card appears, I will tell you this for free, my darling. Well, of course it's for free, but I've been getting this card a lot lately too, because I was feeling like, there's no other way to put it. And I think that's how you're feeling.
Oh yeah. The house.
Whenever this card comes up, it means the worst has passed. This is as bad as it gets. It's only uphill from here. This, I promise. So what I'd like you to do for the next 5 days, I'm going to give you an assignment, okay? Be really nice to yourself. Take an hour off even if people need you. We're from Brooklyn. We can say, sod that. Well, we don't say sod that. We say something else, but I'm not allowed to say it on TV. And go get a mani-pedi. Or go to one of those little like Korean places. I mean that in a very nice way, but ones I go to are run by nice Korean people that do like $30 massages for an hour, and just massages. I mean, they're legit. Mm-hmm. Go buy yourself some pretty lipstick. I think you're a very pretty girl. And I think that you love lipstick. I know you love lipstick, and you love pretty colors. So your assignment today is you got to do one thing a day for the next 5 days, starting tomorrow. You're either buying yourself lipstick, you're getting a mani-pedi, because you're a real girl's girl, aren't you?
Not really. I mean, I don't really like to get.
Well, that's okay. You can use a little pampering anyway.
Yeah.
I just see you as being beautiful, so I just assumed that. But do something to pamper yourself. So, what's one thing you can do to pamper yourself this week? Tell me.
No, just relax. Just not trying to like. I do a lot of exercising and walking.
Oh,
and
good.
I get my nails done and stuff, but I do things like that. I try to.
The bag, and you do it.
And
you make
everybody. I want to know if it's going to get better. I'm trying just to get everything together. It seems like I make it worse.
You know what? Here's the thing. Stop trying. Because you take so much responsibility for you carry the world on your shoulders, my darling, which is a wonderful quality. You're over responsible, and most people aren't responsible at all. So bless you, bless you, bless
Mm-hmm.
you. But you try to take care of everybody. How many kids do you have? You have 3?
Well, I have a stepson and 2 grandchildren.
You have what? I'm sorry.
A stepson and 2 grandchildren.
Oh, okay. I was seeing 3 kids around you, so I wasn't sure what that was. Yeah. You try to make everybody happy. You do it.
And
you make everybody.
Work.
But you don't make you happy because you're so busy taking care of everybody else. So let me pull some cards for you. Hold on.
Okay.
And I can tell you, within 2 weeks, things are about to get a lot better. But it feels like, kind of like, as a metaphor, it feels like you accidentally lit a match in a fireworks factory. I don't know what just happened, but everything went. Is that right?
It's everything, the house. I don't know if I should downsize financially, and everything is just a mess. Then with my family and my grandchildren, I don't really see them that much. It's like everything is just going to run away.
Oh, you want to go to Bali? I feel like running away to Bali. Pack a bag.
I'll go anywhere.
However,
I'll go anywhere.
One really nice thing. I didn't make this card appear. I put my hand in the bag, and this is what came up for you. It's the Sun card. What the Sun card means is that things are going to get miraculously better without you knowing how.
What? I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Things are going to get miraculously better without you really knowing how. The Sun card actually means that there's a really nice time coming up for you. I know you don't believe it because everything's just gone kablooey, but believe it. The next thing that comes up is a reconciliation with grandchildren. This is a child card, and this is a happy, loving child card. And not that they're child children, but that situation looks like it's going to work itself out much sooner than you know, much sooner. But right now, it's a hard card. It's a transparent card. My friend Emily does them. This is it's a 10 of wands, and normally it's the card of a guy carrying 10 sticks in his back, and he's bent all the way over, and it's the card of just feeling so overwhelmed and oppressed and kind of lost. But whenever that card appears, I will tell you this for free, my darling. Well, of course it's for free, but I've been getting this card a lot lately too, because I was feeling like, there's no other way to put it. And I think that's how you're feeling.
Oh yeah. The house.
Whenever this card comes up, it means the worst has passed. This is as bad as it gets. It's only uphill from here. This, I promise. So what I'd like you to do for the next 5 days, I'm going to give you an assignment, okay? Be really nice to yourself. Take an hour off when, even if people need you, we're from Brooklyn. We can say, sod that. Well, we don't say sod that. We say something else, but I'm not allowed to say it on TV. And go get a mani-pedi. Or go to one of those they're little like Korean places. I mean that in a very nice way, but ones I go to are run by nice Korean people that do like $30 massages for an hour, and just massages. I mean, they're legit. Go buy yourself some pretty lipstick. I think you're a very pretty girl. And I think that you love lipstick. I know you love lipstick, and you love pretty colors. So your assignment today is you got to do one thing a day for the next 5 days, starting tomorrow. You're either buying yourself lipstick, you're getting a mani-pedi, because you're a real girl's girl, aren't you?
Not really. I mean, I don't really like to get.
Well, that's okay. You can use a little pampering anyway.
Yeah.
I just see you as being beautiful, so I just assumed that. But do something to pamper yourself. So, what's one thing you can do to pamper yourself this week? Tell me.
No, just relax. Just not trying to I do a lot of exercising and walking.
Oh, good.
I get my nails done and stuff, but I do things like that. I try to take care of myself that way, but it doesn't relieve any of the stuff that's in my head.
Okay, in that case.
And I know my husband is always with me. Though he's been gone a while, he's still always with me.
Yes, he is always with you. In that case, there's a really good meditation app called Calm, CALM. And it's for people who do not take naturally to meditation, which I don't think you do. I would get that app and do some of the meditations. They really help, because I'm wired all the time. And it's very hard for me to meditate. And I use this app and I'm like, oh, what is this feeling? Could it be relaxation? But I'm also going to tell you that in your life, all that stuff is going to stop. It's going to start calming down, like, so to speak, starting in the next week. Within 2 weeks, things will be noticeably better. That's what the cards tell me. That's what my psychic self tells me. And also, I think you're going to reunite with a long-lost friend or an old friend you haven't seen for a while. And that's going to be really nice. Let yourself, and you can also, because you take care of everybody. Am I right? Do you take care of everybody?
Yeah,
I know you do.
I try.
Yeah. No, you succeed. You might, sometimes it's nice to give our friends the gift of trusting them and saying, hey, you know what? Could you come over and just talk to me? Or can we go out for coffee? Or will you take me to a movie? I'm a little blue and I could use a hug from somebody special, which is you. Let yourself reach out a bit this week, because I don't think you do that very often because you're so busy taking care of
help. I don't ask
What's
for
that?
help. I don't.
No, I know.
I
That's
never
why I'm
ask
saying.
for help.
I know. So it might be time to change that. You don't have to ask for help. I don't want you to look like, just feel like you're sounding pathetic. It's not like you're, help me. But if you call, sometimes it's really nice to give our friends the gift of letting them know we trust them and letting them support us. Because friendship has to be two-way highway. Not that I don't drive, but that's what I've heard.
I don't drive either.
Well, yeah, we're New Yorkers. I don't know any New Yorkers. I was married for 15 years to a New Yorker who didn't drive. Courtney Love doesn't drive. I don't know any New Yorkers who drive. We're not supposed to. We've got really good, we're supposed to walk or take
That's what
Ubers.
I do all the time, walk. I'm a big walker.
Yeah. That's a really good thing for you to do, too. I love that moment in New York City, you know, the golden hour, like at twilight when everything turns golden. I love walking around Brooklyn then.
It's
you're going to be okay. What's that, Mela?
I'm really going to be okay. It's not, I'm going to feel like I'm not exploding anymore.
Yeah. Try the Calm app. Walk. I'm going to quickly teach you a breath. Hey, I've been profiled by the New Yorker. I know what I'm doing. So I'm going to teach you a breath really quickly. I want you to breathe in really deeply. And when you breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle, like, like that. What that does is it stimulates what's called the vagus nerve. Not the vagus nerve, that's a different nerve, but the vagus nerve. So you want to Google ways to stimulate the vagus nerve because that calms down our central nervous system. And you're just going on all cylinders. I promise you, within 2 weeks, things will be better. God is my witness, and is 12 years as a Girl Scout.
Okay. Thank you.
Now you know my deepest secret, Angela. I'm such a square. I'm so glad you called. I hope you call back sometime. I really like you.
Yes,
and you're really valuable.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
have a good night.
Take care, my love.
Okay.
People love you. All right, take care. And I'm Perry Lyons. That was Angela. And before that, that was Nilufer. What are the great names? And I'm every night, not every night, that'd be exhausting. 9 p.m. Wednesdays, Moonstruck TV. Come find me again. And I love you. You're wonderful. That color looks great on you.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi. Welcome to Eleanor Gray's My Psychic Destiny show. Live here on A1R, Psychic Radio, Moonstruck TV. Well, it's been a while since I've been live with you. So tonight it is in London. In the UK, it's 7 o'clock in the evening. And of course, in the States, it's various different times, 2 o'clock over in some of the territories, and 11 o'clock in the morning as well in LA. So welcome to the show. I know that I have a lot of followers, and you follow me on Facebook for my lives and also for all of the holistic events that we get involved in the UK. So do that. So check out my Instagram and Facebook pages on Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings. You'll find lots and lots of stuff there and interesting articles as well. So I hope you can do that. And as always, what we all want is followers and likes and shares and all the rest of it. So do your thing. Now, today, I'm using my uranium purple and gold Victorian cards. I'll also be using my angel cards, which are lovely. I like to use these. These are oracle cards, so this really does just show you a little bit about what the message is coming through, maybe from spirit, from your higher guides, what I can see around you in a clairvoyant way. And of course, as always, I'll be using my crystal. Now, this is a pure quartz crystal ball. I'm just going to illuminate this a little bit so that you can see it. And it really does bring through those lovely aquamarine shades. Can you see those in the crystal? And that's healing energy. And so all of you therapists out there, practitioners, healers, really you should be trying to move along and use this aquamarine energy from a quartz crystal ball, pure rock quartz crystal, not glass, has got to be rock crystal from the earth, but it's easy to get. And once you have a hold of one of these, then you can see all of the illuminated aquamarine light, which is brilliant. And we can use this for our readings, and we will be doing. We'll be doing those live readings very soon. With callers coming in, we do go all over the world, you know. I mean, it really is quite special, but you can see there the inflections in the crystal, and you can also look right into the center of the crystal ball. And if you do so, then you're really seeing through the crystal, and that's how to scry the crystal. And scrying is a very, very old-fashioned term. So now we've got Mindy in Pasco, Washington on the line. Hello, Mindy. Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing okay. How are you?
Yes, really good, really good. I've got my quartz crystal ball up here on screen. You may be able to see it if you're watching live. And Mindy, I'm going to use the crystal for your reading here, along with a couple of cards. So I'm looking straight into the center of the crystal here, Mindy. And it's really quite fascinating because what I can see is a little bubble, and this is taking you to another location, another space. I feel that you'll be moving on, that there's a leap ahead for you, that you really do have to take a sort of a leap of faith, you know, close your eyes and, you know, just jump forward and think, well, wherever I land is where I land, and that's going to be the right place for me. Now, this can be symbolic. It doesn't have to be a physical move, but it will be happening in your life. And this is something that I think comes into the esoteric area of your world as well. So this is about healing properties and you gathering yourself together again after quite a tumultuous time, really quite a rather extraordinary time. And this goes back to around about September, early October, and that's where I want to take your memory back to, cast your memory back to that time, because the developments since then will have been quite significant. You've gone through sort of a metamorphosis where you've shed your outer layers and you've emerged somebody new and quite perfect as well. But I think it's a bit scary for you, Mindy. I think that you know that you have changed internally and that you want different things now, but I don't think anybody else does. I don't think you've communicated that very well to those that are close around you, but you are taking the move forward. Very important that you do that as well. So bringing you into full view here. I think you've sort of been in the shadows for quite a long time. Do you agree with that, Mindy? Do you agree with the situation, that you find yourself in, which is, okay, this is my personal secret perhaps, but even so, you know, it's important to me. So keep going. Now, let me just take that down and let's bring through a couple of cards, Mindy, because this will just give you a little bit of a time scale on what you should do. Yeah, I thought so. This is the first card that you've got here, Mindy. It's the Tower. Now, most people who know about the tarot think, oh my goodness me, it's the Tower, everything's all destroyed and, you know, never going to be good again. But in your situation, it's absolutely the right card, because what you are finding now is that you really do have to sort of get rid of everything that is dead wood, all the old stuff, throw it away, get it out, you know. And this is also very indicative of moving and physically taking your limited personal things with you. Again, that can be symbolic, but it's traveling light so that you're not burdened with all the past, all the old things that really would have weighed you down quite significantly. So I feel that it's letting go of people that perhaps were important to you, but also places as well, and certain memories, and renewing yourself. So going back to end of September, October to now, that 6-month period has been a transition. So separation of ties is your next card, where you do feel as though you have to unburden yourself. So have you parted company here, Mindy, with some friends, family, or a partner? Is there been this sort of, I'm going on in my life? What's happened there with you?
Has there been parting in my life? Is what you're saying? Is there people
Yeah.
parted?
Yeah.
Yeah. I parted from my kid. Well, I haven't tried to part from my kids, but they've been ripped away from me, and so it's best that we retreat for now.
So it's your children that is this great loss, this sense of, yeah. I knew that it was massive because it was in your crystal, right in the center, and it was like complete devastation, your heart torn, and this great big gulf, you know, it's like this cavity that swallowed you up and made you feel, oh, I don't know, completely devastated. However, you have new beginnings that are here. Don't fret. I think by the time you've gone a full year, this is a timescale card. This is coming through for October this year, 2023. And by the time you've gone that full year, everything changes for you. And I think it's positive and it's really good news. So let me take another card. Yeah. Are you worried about a daughter in particular?
Yeah, I feel like my kid's father, because my sister was murdered, and I think that he murdered her, and then he got custody of my kids, and he's since then alienated me from my kids, and so that's what I'm struggling with.
Okay, so it's a classic bully, isn't it? Intimidating and controlling, and somebody who, you know, really wants his own way. That's a terrible burden to live with, though, if you feel so strongly that he murdered your sister. He's not been convicted? It's not being convicted of that, though, yet? No.
No, nobody's leaving. He's got a sister-in-law who's an attorney, so they're not even, they let him get away with abusing my kids and doing all, a lot of stuff he's gotten away with. And they've charged me with crimes over the whole thing. I've gotten charged because I've tried to protect my kids.
Let's see if we can get some help for you. Well, here we've got some different scenarios that are coming into view. This is a partner, I feel, a new man by your side, who I think is giving you strength and bringing comfort to you. Now, this is around you now, in this month of the year. So are you with somebody new, or have you met anybody new? Because this is an energy that is very helpful. Okay. That's what I think is your sort of saving grace in a way, because you have got that support. So he will be the one that really moves you forward and talks on your behalf and gives you that sort of comfort. Now, we've got here you. This is you. This is a picture of you, and you've got money around you, and you've also got some very sort of different energies that I can see here, Mindy, and this is about you taking a different stand. I feel that you will have help and support that is being brought to you. And I think with regard to your children, in particular your daughter, I do feel that they will be unharmed. There's no harm that is going to come to them. They are being protected and looked after by the angels, but this is you. And money does seem to be a consideration in everything that happens around your life at the moment. Is that true? Are you finding that finances are restrictive and that you're feeling trapped, that you can't really do a lot unless you've got finances and much more money in place? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Money is coming. It's being brought to you. I feel that there's a soul and spirit around you anyway. There's pennies from heaven here. There's money and coins, gold coins, that are being dropped in your future path. So you are going to be able to get some boosts here financially, and that's really what you need, because money and will support you, will support your circumstances, your situation, and will actually provide you with answers. So just trust in this process now. Don't get upset. Use the energy that you have to fight and to really connect with the right people, because the truth always comes out. In the end, it always comes out. It's not such a big cover-up. Don't believe that. Don't believe all of the circumstantial stuff that is being put out there, but just try and go to the heart of the matter. This, I feel, is what your sister is saying. She's around you. There's also the initial of E, which seems to be very important to you. Do you have a soul in spirit with that initial, Mindy?
What letter is it? E?
E. Yeah, E. No? Not that you can think of?
No.
Okay. Look for the initial E then in your pathway, because it's an initial that is being given to me. I feel as though it's a lady. I feel as though it's Elizabeth, quite a long name, and that you will have some support that is being given to you. So check out authorities, don't just leave things and be unhappy. Fight. You need to fight now. Right is on your side and the truth is coming out for you. Money will be sent to you. I feel that that's going to be what you need in order to make this fight go a little bit stronger, a little bit further forward. I do wish you the best. I hope you've enjoyed your reading and enjoy your relationship, because that's going to uplift you and bring you closer. By October this year, one full year, I think that things will have changed that much. You will have a strong connection with your children. It will be better. You won't be quite so isolated. So I'm wishing you all the best. Thank you for calling in to the show.
God bless you. Thank you.
No, my pleasure, my pleasure. I'm just going to welcome Catherine now. Hello there. Catherine, are you on the line?
I am. Thank you so much for taking my call.
That's my pleasure, my pleasure. Yeah. Okay, so Catherine, let's have a look at you. I'm going to go to the crystal ball again. This is lovely, this one here today. It's my rock crystal. Let's see what we can see in your crystal ball. So here we go. We've got a solid picture, I feel, of you, Catherine. I'd like to see you sort of very close to the earth. I don't know whether you're an earth sign or, but I've got you pounding the earth. So you might be walking, running, jogging, but it's that sound of the earth being fresh under your feet. Now, symbolically, this does mean that you are literally treading on new ground. That's important for you to know, because the new ground for you holds a new dimension, I feel. I think that you're quite psychic as well, Catherine, that you have more powers perhaps than you realise, but I've got dimensions. So there will be a need, I think, for you. Just put that down again a moment. I think there's a need for you, Catherine, to focus your energy onto the things that are good for you. Because I have you able to look at different dimensions. So you're clever, you're able to look through people to see and transcend the dimensions of life as well. So have you had that experience where you feel as though you need to, pound the earth so you can ground your energy so that anxieties disappear, so that you don't feel as though you're a bit sort of out of it sometimes, being able to connect yourself psychically and to have, some spirit around you. Have you felt that experience, have you, Catherine?
I have, yes.
Yeah. And particularly in your dreams, does that come through in your dreams too? Right. Well, at the moment, I've got you feeling quite trapped here, not quite knowing what to do with some of those energies that are abound, really, the energies that are around you. But that, I think, is just going to be sorted out once you have sorted out your emotions. Your emotions are in turmoil at the moment, and that's because of this person here. I feel that there is somebody here who is making you either work very, very hard for his tension, or really trying to undermine you a little bit. Is that happening, Catherine? Are we correct there in just trying to pinpoint this sort of anxious energy that I'm connecting to, this sort of undermining feeling, and also great sense of loss? There's a male in spirit as well around you. I feel that this is a father, grandfather, because it's coming quite a long way here. When I see spirit, I invite them into my room, and this is a male that is here, quite strong person, but goes back in ancestors to you. So I've asked you a few questions now, so let's just clarify where we are. Firstly, do you feel as though you're anxious because of a partner? Are you being undermined by a partner? Is there some, negative energy going on here where you're not really feeling as though you're in your rightful place, or you're being loved enough or cared for enough? Is that true, Catherine?
I'm in a partnership, and he's really wonderful to me, but he's in a tough situation himself.
Is he?
So there's some uncertainty, yeah.
So that's what I'm connecting to then, that he is anxious himself, and that's something that perhaps is nothing to do with how you feel for one another, but may actually translate into how your beneficial partnership and relationship is progressing. Because when we're happy and when we're in love and when we're, doing things in the right way, then we progress very quickly and we get an awful lot of things done. But I feel as though you're sort of stuck there. So this male in spirit then, is your father passed over, is he?
No, my father's still with us on the earth.
So it's grandfather then I'm connecting to. You didn't know him, no? I don't think you knew him.
If his grandfather, I knew him.
There's somebody here that I don't think you knew. So you'll think about that. There's an L, initial of L, that I'm seeing that's being written all around you. It's in your crystal as well. So just be thinking, asking your family, because maybe there's love that is being given to you, and I think protection around you as well. And because you have that psychic connection yourself, you are actually connecting through to spirit and bringing those spirits forward. So it is likely to be a spirit guide that I feel you've already connected to, but you don't know. So this is an ethereal energy, not necessarily an ancestor or a blood relative, but somebody that you belong to in your soul group. And when you have a soul group message, it's very powerful, very strong, it's very special as well, because it connects you very thoroughly right the way through to those angelic forces as well. Let me just bring you, are you there still, Catherine? Yeah. Just ask your angels. This is what you're being given here. So I feel that this is something that you can do, and you can do this quite easily. So I'm just saying that we've got the card here from the angels. Ask the angels. This is your angelic card. It's really quite special, Catherine. I feel quite excited for you, because at any time, if you just meditate a little bit, perhaps just before you go to sleep at night or at a quiet time, and just think about your angels, they're going to come through. So I feel that your spirit guide is with you now and taking you forward. Do you want to ask a question from your guides, from your angel guides? And let's see what they are going to say directly here to you. What do you think?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to. I'm curious about my career situation, about my financial security at the moment.
Okay, let's look at your finances first, shall we? And let's see what is there. So let's.
I want to know if this relationship that I'm in, I feel like he's the love of my life. I want to know if we're going to last.
Right. Okay. So we've got 3 questions there. We've got relationship, we've got your financial security, and also your career and your success, your prosperity. So let's see what we can do. Well, he's very protective of you, your man, and he sort of puts himself in a position where he wants to look out for you, surrounding you with support and with love. I think you have to be aware that he does get anxious, and there is this, stronger overriding instinct that he has as a man to really take the lead and would expect you to follow. If you're happy with that balance, then yes, this is going to last and go very, very well. If you want to assert yourself too much, then I think you may have an issue. So you need to look at that carefully in what it is that you want, because often it's about a power play in relationships. Who is the most significant and important? So at the moment, he is your leader and you will be really following him, but more on an equal footing. He will protect you, and that's a strong man, but strong man also has a strong ego, and that's where the anxiety is coming in for him. You can help him a lot. You can benefit him by bringing in your own psychic connections, your own energies. Your empathy is very strong, and so you will raise him up, and that's what you need to do. Bring in confidence to him, and then the balance will flow. You'll be correct. Now, your next card here, 5 of Pentacles. So again, this is the angel that I've said is coming in. The number 5 is very protective. It's also a timescale card for you. That's May this year. So in the month of May this year, you will find that your relationship is blossoming and you are feeling as though you've got things very, very much where you want them to be. So that's very special as well. Career, you've got a new position that I feel is here for you. I think that you've got to take on board something new and retrain or add in to your existing experience, your existing talents, and also qualifications, which are going to mean the world to you. The Wheel of Fortune is here. This is a time of change. You will have transitioned, I've said already, to May, and that is a time when everything begins to sort of blossom. It's your spring, it's your springtime. It's very good. And money is going to flow between you. I feel there will be business activities with you and your partner, and I feel that that's going to be where the amount of money that you are seeking is in fact going to be brought to you. So it's time to think about how you may adapt to the world of business and self-employment. That, I feel, is where you should be in the longer term. So keep going with the day job and look for perhaps some more lucrative openings in your career path. Money, let's look at this. Let's look at money. Is that going to be brought to you?
Very
It's
sad thing. I was
probably
forced into an early retirement from a job that I loved. And
okay.
I find a
Well,
new job. I'm struggling at it, but
don't struggle. Look at this. You've got abundance here. It's the best card that you can get from the angels, from your angel guide. So there is a higher guide that's around you. I think that you are meant to change. It sounds a bit silly, doesn't it, when somebody's happy and they just don't dare blossoming where they are. But when things are forced upon us, then it's a jolt. It's a big, come on, you can do more than this. You can do better than this. You can use everything that you've got at the moment and redefine yourself, redefine your future, and also redefine where your life is going to take you. But it's not just you, is it? It's both of you. So let's just finish here onto the crystal ball, and let's just look at those lovely hues of aquamarine and lilac. And if you're watching now, Catherine, then just take in the colours of the crystals. I bring them very much closer now to you, and also look long and hard into the centre of the crystal as we finish our show today with me, Eleanor Grace, and our Psychic Destiny show. And we'll make a wish, shall we? All of you can make a wish. Just blow onto the crystal ball. Send your wish out into the universe. There we go. And I'll say goodbye. Thank you for being with us today. I'm Eleanor Grace, and I will see you next week at the same time. Bye for now. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for joining me. It's great to be here again. So there's a lot of shift in the energy right now. Pluto is moving into Aquarius, and that's really making this lighter, less challenging energy in a lot of ways. So right now with this shift, it's a great time to be working on some big goals. And if you have been, putting in the effort, you're going to see the payoff for that. You may have been seeing some synchronistic events, like when you are thinking about someone or something and then it shows up in your reality, or you hear from that person you were just thinking about. It's like these coincidences. They're a co-creative process that the universe communicates to us with when we're on the right path. So normally it's something that is like surprising but exciting and meaningful to us as well that will show up. And if you have been experiencing it, asking yourself, what does this mean, to get information if you are curious, and then not forcing an answer, just letting it be, and the answer will come to you. And so I have pulled some cards about this and ahead of time, and I've got confidence is key and prosperity lies ahead. So being confident that you are going to be able to make these changes is part of the process here. And we've got surrender to play. So lightening up, having fun, enjoying this process, being in a more lightness of being, lighthearted energy is definitely something that can help open the doors to these things as well. Okay. Don't get tempted to go back into conflict if that is something that you have been dealing with. Okay, because we've got the 5 of Wands and the Temptation card. So focus on, with the Star card, focus on the healing and the hope and the brightness and the lightness here for the future. Because we have a wish fulfillment with the 9 of Cups as well. There's a lot of working on emotions. If you still have stuck, stagnant emotions, this will also help free up energy. And you're leveling up here, or this energy is supportive of that anyway, if this is something that you're wanting to work on. So the Page of Wands to the King of Wands. So we've got the Wands, this fiery energy, passionate, creative energy. And the Page is speaking of a less mature and energy, and going into the King here. Okay, so we're leveling up into something that is more creative, and so that's something that you can think about. Okay, and now we have a caller, Sharon in the UK.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure. So how can I help you?
Basically, I have a decision to make, and
Okay.
I'm not really sure what to do. Basically, what happened was in the past, in 2018, somebody sexually harassed me, and I didn't tell many people. But now I told one other person recently, and this was within a group of people with Chitta Yoga, which we have in the UK, and I know you have it in America as well. And basically, somebody from the organisation has got in contact with me and said that she wants me to meet with her and to make a formal complaint. And I'm not sure whether I should. I mean, part of me thinks it's the best thing to do because it might stop this person doing it to other people. But part of me thinks that because it's in the past, and that I should not.
Okay. Let me see what I can get on this subject.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that you're having to go through that. So And I think, right, also focusing on, healing as well for you, regardless, is something that, will be good for you to do. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Because right now, the cards I'm pulling on this is you feeling, just like you were saying, stuck, not knowing, and not knowing what to do. So there's, so if you feeling like you have to defend yourself, okay. So if you do go ahead and report, got King of Swords, which is like boundaries, okay. And if you don't report, let's see. That was like a Ace of Swords in reverse. A lot of swords and Five of Pentacles in reverse.
Okay. So if I report, I need to be very boundaried.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because there is a way that I could report it and just say, I'm just going to give you the information. I'm going to give you the emails I've got that give some evidence to what happened. And that's all I'm prepared to do. I could just do that.
Absolutely.
And not meet with them. And yeah.
Yeah, and like, don't go back and forth with if there's conflict, don't engage too much into that and allow it to drag you down. Just like you said, just the precise, information that happened and everything. And then I think there will be a quick resolution to it if you do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry you had to go through that. It's very stressful.
It was very stressful and it was very horrible at the time. So, yeah. Is there anything that you can see for me in terms of the future, the best possible direction in the future?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have good wish fulfillment, good things coming with this 10 of Cups. You absolutely have some, things that you're wanting, and some heart healing and focusing on self-love is going to be a key for you to be getting there, to having some good things happening for you. Kind of balancing out your energy with the feminine and the masculine. So the receiving and the giving energy, make sure that you're, receiving as much as you are giving. That's, it balances your energy, and that you're not over giving so much that it's depleting you. It's coming through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And let's see. I don't know if you had a misunderstanding with a friend or somebody in your life.
Yes.
Okay. I am seeing some higher information coming to you to help clear that up. And this is, it feels like a healing on that as well. Something coming out to light that's going to help resolve that. And I see you in this beautiful energy, like a phoenix rising energy. And you're really going to become more empowered from all of this that you've gone through, is, something that is going to be to help you and to feel, stronger after having gone through everything. And you're going to really benefit from this. It's going to help you get out of your head. as well.
Yes.
So you're going around and around in your head about everything. And being mindful. I don't know, do you do meditation now? Because I feel like you kind of.
Yes, I do. I do.
So, yeah, I feel like you're having even more now that you're standing up for yourself, this spiritual energy upgrade, so to speak. And there's a higher energy coming in for you, reclaiming your power.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And, being around the color green and out in the garden or traveling, if you're able to, it'll be really refreshing for you and good for you to do that.
I love the color green, and I love being in nature.
Oh, yeah, that's really healing for you. So just make sure to set boundaries with people. And I see this soul partner connection as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I see a lot of good things for you.
Okay, thank you very, very, very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anything on money at all? Is there anything you can see on money?
Let me check real quick. Yes, I feel like the empowering energy that's coming in for you is going to bring in a brand new beginning that's going to help you move on to calmer waters and bring in a financial abundance. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to have to leave it there. And this is coming to the end of the show. And I hope that helped you. Have a wonderful.
Very much. And thank you again.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. And that's going to do it for me. If you would like to check out my services, you can do it on my Etsy shop at mindbodynourished.etsy.com. And I offer readings, intuitive readings, mediumship, and some energy healing as well. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
So wonderful, wonderful, Sue. Good morning.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Susanna Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, Sue. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, lovely, lovely friends and listeners and viewers. Thank you very much for joining me. You are here with me, with your host, Susanna Medium, live on the Earth #1 Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So it's good to be here. I hope you are well. I hope you are keeping your mind and your wits and your soul and your spirit in good condition, as brightly as you can hold everything together. So thanks very much for tuning in. If this is the first time you are coming and joining us here, I am a medium channel, and I love talking about anything spiritual and enlightening. And you see, even now, when I was preparing for this show, I was wondering, what should we talk about? What shall we talk about? And there was this great silence. And I said to myself, oh my goodness, please don't ask me again to talk about silence and meditation and mindfulness. We have had quite a lot of shows about those things. Mind you, this is episode 90, not 70. I wanted to say 70, episode 90 of my show, Susanna Medium. But you see, I picked a card. You don't really see me using the card. But then I am I have called Grey Angels and Ancestors cards. And really the card, which is the invitation, the energy is winter, take care of your needs. So I know, so have a look. We are not going into the winter, or at least the part of the earth where we are right now. But then I feel that the most important thing is taking care of your needs. Take care of your needs. Because, well, why? You know, we can, every single one of us can just feel into that space. We are running all over the place, doing many, many things, trying to understand a lot of things happening right now in our beautiful world. And then you see, last night, it's really that image, that idea came to me that our life is like a building. Some of us live in a building with one story. Some of us live in a building with many, many stories. Some of us might have a deeper grounding, a deeper foundation. Some of us might have a little bit wobbly foundation to our building. And some of us are really looking up to the sky and really wanting to stay on the top level of our building. And you see every single building, when you are going into multi-story buildings, even if they are very, very similar levels, but then you sense that it's different. It's different. You might feel a little bit dizzy if you are going higher up. You might feel that you need to be closer to the ground level. And you see why life is like a building, because we can make a choice what energy or what experience we are really bringing to ourselves. We can have many, many different, not identities, but many, many different realities. We need to be there for that group of people, or that whatever we need to do, family or our work, or whatever we need to do. And we are finding our way between all the different layers and levels of the building, and that might take a lot of energy. That might take a lot of energy out of us. So what I really want to say with this is that if you feel that life is taking a lot of energy out of you, and then you find yourself very, very busy, and you don't know what is left and what is right and what is morning and what is in the evening, then just like the card invited, the energy invited us to remember, take care of your needs, because without ourselves, nothing would be really all together within our own families or our work. So we can really think about many, many other things happening in our life. But then I feel the most important thing is bringing the energy back to ourselves. So taking care of your needs. So moving forward for this week, this is an invitation. Here we go. And as you can see, I'm going to take one caller here live with you. And I really wanted to celebrate the light and then the energy. And you see, that's why we have various lights around us. So let me see. I am going to go for somebody live. And I have Annette in Greenbrook, New Jersey, USA here. So Annette, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks very much for being here, and thanks for being patient to wait for your
not a problem.
Because I know a lot of you want to get through, and a lot of you have a lot of questions. So it's good to have you here. So how can I help you?
Oh my goodness! First of all, thank you so much. I love that I'm able to speak to you today. I have so many questions. I don't know where to begin. There's a lot of changes going on in my life. I just want to make sure that I'm going in the right direction.
Sure. Okay. Now, you see, I'm noticing how I needed to say the word sure to you, like one short word and to the point. Because if your question is whether I am on the right path or whether I'm taking the right steps. So immediately when I was bringing that energy forward, I know it wasn't really coming from my throat or my heart. It was really coming from deeper within my physical body. And then please understand that that is your energy. So Spirit is really inviting you to start talking from deeper, because deep down, you know very well that you are absolutely on the right path. You are taking the right decisions. And then even if I feel that there is a different level to the conversation, because the timing, how we perceive time and how quickly we want to have everything happening. But then what Spirit is showing us that bringing the energy within your body, and when you are asking the question, you might want to actually experiment with this. Ask your own question a few times and then just see and feel where it resonates in your physical body, you know? And when it resonates in your throat, in your heart, or really bringing it into your body, then what kind of images, what kind of conversations, maybe a sound, maybe a piece of memory, maybe a keyword, maybe anything, what could come to you. So what is coming forward for you, you know? So that is the first thing. Now, the other thing, while I was listening to your question, was Spirit was showing me that your path, as we are moving forward, we are taking one step forward. And then even if it feels that right now we are taking a little bit back, or maybe a little bit delayed, or maybe we want to put the building block over there, but then in fact, by the time we get there, we need to realign everything, you know? So what Spirit says that even if you put one building block down, that is where it needs to be, you know, and without moving it this way and that way. So two things are happening here with you, Annette. One of them is that you having the confidence that when I say that is what I want to happen and what I put in front of me, that is what I'm saying out to the world, you know, not changing, but making a stand, that is your point of reference. And while you are in the action of taking that step, just notice that, okay, I took that step, but then use that time to reflect and use that time to think about the next step ahead. For you moving forward energetically, it feels the forthcoming 3-4 months is, I'm not seeing it as a straight line, a straight path, but it's more of a meandering line, you know? So you might feel that the energy, maybe 4 or 5 days, represent one chunk of energy, and that is what we are taking on. We cannot rush, and we cannot rush and not necessarily planning that much ahead, you know? So for you, the journey is, what am I doing right now, you know? And where is that energy coming from, you know? So it's not the outcome and not how I am going to get there where I need to get to, but, okay, it's my energy. And then I am listening to because energetically, everything, what you are thinking right now, whether you have started taking action, you know, started generating the energy, or just thinking about things, but that energetically everything is being put in front of you, you know. For you, I feel the forthcoming 3-4 months is really like a meandering river, or a ribbon, a colorful ribbon, which is moving forward, finding its own way. I feel the energy is quite individual. So whether you have people around you who are helping you, or you are doing things with people, but energetically, it's your soul path. It's a journey, you know. And I know everything, lots of things are happening, but whether you are already working with energy or healing energy, or listening to spirit, or working with your dreams, or journaling, often is a combination of everything here. But you know that finally I got to this point, you know. Actually started in February, and then we can go back to last October and November when the energy started. Now one step forward, you know, one step, levering it up. A little bit, and then February was another one, February and now March, that I am going after that, you know. I'm going after the thing which is important for me, and I feel that this time around you are not going to listen to other people, you know. You will be faster, you will be quicker, and then I feel that the energy is that, you know, we can go to bed, and it's true for many of us, you know, we can go to bed and still thinking, and whether shall I do this in the morning or not. But I feel that for you, that you will have more of those mornings when you just open your eyes and, that is a day, you know, and then without any hesitation, you are just going, not jumping, but you are just going and taking an action. And because how the energy is working for you, it's really coming forward. How I see it as this circular pattern, you know, from the solar plexus coming for your heart and coming towards or outwards to, you know, the people, the community, or the energy, what you need to do. It is not really what or how you are doing, but then the fact that you are doing it. And then the fact that you put energy behind that. Now, for some reason, Spirit is showing me colorful, not the ribbons, but then the flags, you know. So when I see the flags, little flags, you know, once you are a runner, and then what the little flags mean, the pointers, the key points. So for us, how I see one little flag in front of me before this meandering line would take a different turn. What space says that have that open space that I actually am curious and then I'm welcoming the novelty. The things, as you're moving forward, things are not going to be the same as they were, but not in a negative way, but then in a positive way. So whether we are talking about your business and then how you are putting out your feelers and expanding, doing those things, because I feel that we are going that way, and then we will be busy and be busier by the time we get to the summer term,
Oh my goodness.
You trust yourself. The sense you are listening is the sense of hearing. I feel that you've got a grandmother, potentially a great grandmother on your mother's side, who is very much like, if you can see me, really telling you, showing you, guiding you what you need to do. So I've got 60 seconds. Annette, thanks very much for being here. I know I'm just going.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, thanks very much for calling in. Send me an email, let me know how everything is working out. I see the palm trees as well. So 30 seconds for the rest of my viewers and listeners. Thanks very much for tuning in. This was our show, Susanna Medium, episode 90. And I'm sending you lots of love, many, many blessings from this space. And Mr. Dave, from A1R, thanks very much. Thank you. And see you next week. Thanks. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Susanna Medium with Susanna Hershaw. Live from SusannaMedium.com.
Connect direct in North America. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct in North America. Dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and as always, it's great to be here with you tonight. I always look forward to Wednesday night. For the whole week, believe it or not. So I hope everybody is staying nice and warm and dry. We here in Central California still have a lot of rain. So I think I've been reporting that for like the last 3 weeks, but a lot of flooding, a lot of rain, things like you don't even think about. We have a lot of dairies around here, and they've had to take the cows off the dairies because of the flooding. So sad, but we do need the rain. So that's the good news. So hopefully the rest of you are staying nice and warm and dry. Um, I also want to, before we go to our caller, I want to tell you about something fun that I did this week. Went to Hollywood, which isn't too far away from me, and went to a place called the Magic Castle. So if you've never heard of it before, it's this beautiful old Victorian house in Hollywood, where you get to go to see a lot of magicians. And you have to either be a member or be invited by a member or stay at the hotel. And that's what we did. So, and the hotel's super quirky. But anyway, you go and you eat dinner. And then after, you get to go to all these magic shows and see different magicians. And it's so amazing, like how many different ways there are to do magic. And I love magic, call me Scorpio. So it was really a super, super fun experience. So if you're ever in the area, I highly suggest it. And then also I would like to pick a card for us tonight. And I'm going to choose from my Super Attractor deck, which kind of goes along with our theme for the year. So, you know how we talk about the light within our heart space shining bright. This deck is about manifesting, like whatever you put out there into the universe is what you get back. So I'm going to get my deck here, and I'm just going to go with, I think card number 4, because it's my favorite number. So let's see. Oh, okay. I always say this, but you can't make this up. We got a great card tonight, guys. It says, the more I honor my inner light, the more I brighten the world. I choose to shine. So once again, the more I honor my inner light, the more I brighten the world. I choose to shine. So, oops, sorry. I'm still terrible at holding the card up, but you guys get the point, right? So it's our super attractor deck, and about putting our light out there and getting back that light, whatever we put out into the universe. And I think actually we have a caller. So, hi, is it Karina from Indiana?
Yes.
Oh, good. I got that right. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well.
Ah, that's awesome. So I'm Kelly, and I don't know if you have listened before, but I always talk about shining our light big and bright. So do you have a question for me tonight, or what kind of reading were you looking for?
Well, I think I live a good life, but every so often I guess the polite word would be challenges that come up that confuse the heck out of me. And I'm facing a challenge right now. I'm just baffled by it.
Okay.
I kind of think I must have kicked quite a few nuns in my past life when these things come up.
I totally understand where you're coming from on that. I get it. Okay, well, let me fill into that for you. And let's see where we go. I think I'm going to pull some cards, but just in case you haven't seen me before, I like to connect with you, soul to soul. And so if you can just give me a second to kind of connect with you real quick. So I'm just going to be quiet for 1 second, if that's okay. Mm-hmm. And actually, you are super easy to connect with. I keep getting so lucky. You just have this beautiful, bright white light about you. And for some reason, I don't know if you heard me when I was supposed to be quiet connecting with you, but I started kind of humming, and that's not something I normally do. So you kind of, when I connected with you, gave me that really happy feeling. So thank you for that. Okay, so you feel like you have a challenge right now, and you're kind of stumped by it. Is that kind of what you said?
Yeah, I've had something come up in life, and once again, it's a bit of a challenge. It is a challenge. It's taxing on if I let it be.
but I don't understand why these things come up on occasion.
Okay. Okay. So the very first thing I feel for you is very much like a renewal, like some kind of a cycle where there's an ending and a beginning. And sometimes not that we get this confused, but we think it's an end, like a hard end, but really it's our opportunity for a new beginning. So I'm not sure if you understand that about this situation yet, but it's almost like if we just trust the universe, that that the universe has our back. Instead of like fighting it. And I'm not saying that you're fighting it, but sometimes we want to figure things out, and instead of kind of letting it play out, if that makes sense to you. I wonder though, if you are leading with your heart. So I pick a card and it says, afraid to speak your mind. So I'm wondering, if I feel into you, it doesn't feel like you are afraid to speak your mind, but it's almost like, how do I put this? Almost like if you are speaking your mind, you might feel like you would hurt someone's feelings, or you don't understand maybe something that you said, how it's affecting other people and the way it's affecting them. Can you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, does this make sense for your situation?
Yes.
Okay, so it just almost feels like, I don't know if you're afraid to be honest, or if you've been honest and you don't understand the reaction that you're getting. But again, going back to that, trusting the universe on this, that it feels very much like it's not you, it's the situation with somebody else. So it's their take on it. Would you understand that at all?
Yes.
Okay. So I feel like you should trust yourself that you are doing the right thing. And let's see, I'll just kind of allow things to unfold. So again, kind of what I was saying, don't try to don't try to guess like what you've done, because I feel like it's nothing that you've done. But I would say, to be honest, would you understand that you've had a hard time saying what's on your mind or saying what's in your heart?
Oh, I'm very honest.
Okay,
I feel fortunate in life that I'm not owned. And if I want to share my opinion, I do. I'm also very compassionate and kind, but if you've upset me, you get my honest opinion. It's not a polite one.
Okay. I do feel that honestness and kindness about you. So I wasn't sure if it was something you were afraid to say, or if you said it and it feels almost like somebody's taking something the wrong way, but it feels like it's on them. Like it feels like there's not going to be a way for you to figure it out, because almost the person's not or people or the situation, they're not communicating their true thoughts and feelings. Let me back up. They're not communicating their thoughts and feelings in a way that makes sense to you. This feels very interesting to me. I don't know how to explain it. But it feels like you're being guided. I feel like you have a whole team that backs you up. I feel like spirit guides, angels, everything, a whole tribe, right? And it almost feels like there's going to be some new people coming into your life that are going to feel that you're going to feel kind of more attuned to. Would you understand that?
Okay.
I mean, I know you don't know that, but it feels, I don't know what your situation is. I can just feel what it feels like, but it almost feels like there's some kind of an ending and there's going to be a new beginning. And it's something that you can't really picture yet, but that the universe has something planned for you. And it feels like there's new people coming in. I don't know. Does that make sense to you at all?
Explain the new people.
Well,
and the new beginning.
Well, it almost feels like, I'll tell you what it feels like, and I could be wrong on this, but it feels almost like there's a relationship that feels like it's stunted or ending or something like that, that there's a problem with the relationship. Would you understand that?
No, I'm not in a relationship.
Well, I mean with people, with anybody. It could be family, friends.
No,
Okay.
that doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, that's what it feels like to me. So whatever your situation, it feels like this ending, that there's a new beginning with new people coming in. That's all to help you out, to guide and support you, I guess I would say. But mainly,
I like that part.
Okay, and I think mainly the message is that you've done nothing, that just putting that trust out there that you're on the right path. Yeah. And I'm so sorry, we're almost out of time. So I hope that answered it, somewhat gave you some guidance, and I thank you so much for calling tonight. If you want to reach out to me, you can reach me at info@mediumkellykristen.com, and we can talk about it a little bit more. But thank you so much. And I thank everybody else for tuning in tonight, and I will see you next week, same place, same time. Have a great week. Stay dry.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with medium.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk with Tammy Petricelli. Live from TammyPetricelli.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3146. 24/7. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Energy, Healing, and Spirit Talk
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hello, hello. It's Tammy Petrocelli from Pike Creek Reiki and Healing Arts Center and TammyPetrocelli.com. How are you today? Boy, my camera is not showing me the way I need to be. Let's see. Okay. You know what? It is 76 degrees and gorgeous, sunny, beautiful, pale light breeze here in Newark, Delaware, the eastern coast. There we go. But, 2 nights ago, we had a freeze warning for evening. Sunday, we had tornado watch. Is this weather just crazy or what? I know why it's crazy right now. You know what we got tomorrow night? We've got the full moon. So technically, it'll be at its fullest Thursday morning at 12:37 a.m. in the Northeast. So you can check the sunrise or the moon rising and the full moon in your area. But Wednesday night, as the moon starts to come up, take a look. It's going to be beautiful. It's called the pink moon, but it actually should look a little golden. The reason it's called the pink moon, believe it or not, is because of the creeping phlox in the Northeast that is a beautiful pink flowery ground cover. And I guess it's supposed to be blooming now. It's not blooming in my backyard, and I have pink phlox, but that's why it's called the pink moon. It's also called is I don't know where I left off, but I will pick up. That's fine. Perfect. All right. So I heard we had a little break. And then I just want to say that Wednesday night, as that moon comes up in your area, check your time of the moon rising or sundown. You should see a beautiful golden moon. But it's not called the golden moon. It has many, many names. So it has the pink moon. It's not going to be pink. The reason it's called the pink moon is it's actually named after a flower from the Northeast that is called a pink phlox. And I guess that's because it's supposed to be blooming, but my pink phlox is not blooming. But other things are blooming. So it's also called the Paschal moon. The Paschal moon is the first full moon of spring. So isn't that interesting that we refer to this time in the Christian religions as Paschal, Easter, celebrated the first Sunday after the Paschal full moon. Interesting that they wait for the full moon. So all of those of you who, are looking at the different spiritual celebrations during this time. Okay. So I'm going to give you real quick. It can also be called the breaking ice moon, the moon when the streams are again navigable. That's Algonquin and Dakota. The budding moon of plants and shrubs, Tinglet. The moon of red grass appearing, the Oglala. The moon when the ducks come back, Lakota. Moon when the geese lay eggs, Dakota. Frog moon, the Cree. And sucker moon, the Anishinaabe. And that is because of the suckerfish come back. So full moon, Wednesday night and Thursday night, I want you to release. Find a little celebration, drumming, meditation, and we're going to release what no longer serves us, what we no longer want in our lives. And the reason that we do this is to make space for manifestation, which now we have a couple weeks to release and bring in and manifest what it is in our lives that we need. Okay. All right. So there's your full moon education today. And I want to talk to Anne in Galway. Hello, Anne. How are you today?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I have friends in Galway and a wonderful healer and metaphysical worker named Dolores. My mind, Doris, Dolores, Dorothy, take one. No, Dolores in Galway. So when I think of her last name real quick, you can look her up. Anyway, Anne, what can I do for you? Do you have questions for me, or is there someone you would like for me to connect with for you on the other side?
No, honey, it's questions. I was hoping you could give me a relationship. I was hoping to ask about whether or not I had a future with the guy that I'm with.
Okay. I want to say that I feel like this is a semi-new relationship. You're looking at about 6 months?
No, we're actually together 14 years.
Well, that's not a... Okay. Then something has changed in the last 6 months.
We've kind of been going through a bad patch.
Yes, exactly. And that's why it feels to me like a new relationship in the last 6 months. 14 years is a lot of time to put into a relationship. So I would have to feel like we need to look into why we're going through a bad time right now. I do feel like you will get past this. I do feel like it might get a little worse before it gets better, if that makes sense to you. Meaning there could be some more arguments or more discussions on whether or not to continue this relationship. But I do feel like if there is a break, it won't be the end, that you do have an opportunity to work through this. You guys are at a fork at the road right now. This is kind of a test into your relationship as to whether you're going to work these things out or you're going to separate. So this is a decision that you guys have to make, and you have to decide on whether or not you're going to make this work.
Kind of what I'm hoping is, can you see a timeline of when, like, there'll actually be a full commitment
I hate to tell you
in a relationship?
I hate to tell you this, but I feel like this is going to continue back and forth, up and down till September. What I do want to, what I do want to, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Will we become more settled?
Yes, when you become more settled. That I feel like at this time, I want to say for you that right now, this time is not to push him and back him in a corner, but it's also not a time for you to just totally back down. Don't feel like, get run over. I feel like you need to say your piece, but say it calmly. I feel like he is feeling kind of backed in a corner. Which means that when he feels this way, he's going to tend to push back. And in order to have him think clearly and logically, that you are going to have to state your case, state it honestly, don't back down and give in to everything, but just say, no, this is what I need. This is how I feel, and I hope that you will understand me, and then let him think about it. Because I'm sorry.
The issue is that we're together like so long, and there's no actual engagement. We're not engaged, or there's no talk of marriage or anything like that. And I'm just wondering, is that going to come?
Well, this is what I'm saying. You're at a fork now, but by pushing him, I want you to push him in the right way, not like what we consider nagging or it's this or that. But this is what I'm saying. You need to tell him exactly what it is that you need and that you want out of this relationship, and tell him nicely, matter of fact, and then back up. Let him think about it and make a decision. So if marriage is what you want and what you need to be happy, then you need to state that, but not in a, you'd better marry me or else I'm out of here. Do you understand? And not, and not listening to him say, well, I don't know, I'm not ready for that. Okay, I understand that you're not ready for that. Does that mean you're not ever going to do that? Or does that mean, we can make plans, but let's put them in the future? Because if he can't make a decision after 14 years, that is a decision. And that is a decision.
But ultimately, will we get there?
You can, but it has to be handled correct way. When I say you're at a fork of the road, what that means is it can go either way, and that it will be settled by September. So whether you break up by September or you make decisions and stay together, and get what you need out of this relationship by September, that's the way it is. And it's all going to depend on how the two of you work. A lot of times Spirit will say, this is definitely what is happening. And sometimes they will say, you still have to work on this. That decision has not been made. So thank you, Dave. Wonderful. He looked it up. And yes, Dolores' last name is Andrews. The last time I saw her was in Galway. And, I'm going to recommend that you contact Dolores Andrews and let her help you for some future. I wish that I could say, yes, this is definite, or this either way. And the reason that I usually don't is because, like I said, this has to be your decision. It's not my job to tell you this, but it's my job to tell you how is best to proceed. All right. Thank you. I hope that was helpful. I know it wasn't exactly what you wanted to hear, but I wish you all to release for this full moon. Enjoy it. I'll see you right back here at moonstruck.tv, A1R Psychic Radio, and you can always find me at tammypetrocelli.com. Bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Vancouver Island Media with Terry Lynn Boyle. Terry Lynn Boyle. Live from terrylynnboyle.ca.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Vancouver Island Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Morning. I'm Terry Lynn Boyle coming to you from Vancouver Island, Canada. And this lovely creature next to me is Nicole Natras. Nicole is an expert in self-care and how to get there. She's an expert in journaling. She's a dramaturge. She's a playwright. She's an actress. She's done a couple of one-woman shows. What was the Mamahood one?
Mamahood Bursting into Light.
Yes, Mamahood Bursting into Light. And then her most recent one is Suddenly 50.
Yes.
Because you're suddenly 50.
Suddenly 50.
Yes. So today, unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing any readings. I am under the weather and have been for like 2 or 3 weeks now. It's ridiculous. And it's not COVID. So, or else she wouldn't be here. So, Nicole, you have a book that is out, and this is Nicole's.
Yes.
This is called Just the Two of Us by Nicole Natras.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about this book, Nicole.
Sure. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. I have the privilege of knowing Terry Lynn Boyle. I wrote an article in medium.com about this amazing woman here. Because she is truly a gift, and it's an honor to be here. And I just want to take a moment to welcome everyone and to thank you all for joining us today. You know, life on Zoom and on online is an interesting life, and I know it takes what it takes to get here. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank you all for doing whatever it takes to join us today. I'm here to discuss a little bit about what my work in the world is, but also I'm here to spread some love on Terry Lynn Boyle, who hasn't been feeling well for the last while, and just to get to know you a bit. My background is as an actor, performer, playwright, as well as an addiction counselor. So I have these two worlds, and my professional expertise really draws on those two worlds. And for a long time, as many of us kind of figure out where our paths take us, I wondered, how do these things relate? And what I realized is that they relate really, really deeply. Part of my gift in the world is sensitivity and creativity. And so as I go into my 50s, I'm feeling a sense of mastery. And part of that mastery is to write and share my work in a book called Just the Two of Us, A Soft Place for Tender Hearts to Land. And really, this book is about how we use journaling and creativity to heal ourselves, to become more aware, to uplift others as well. So a lot of my work is about really tuning in to yourself, just as Terry Lynn tunes into others when she gives readings. As a counselor, I'm lending that lens as well. And so today I just want to talk a little bit about creative journaling and offer you some insights and exercises maybe into how you can deepen your own practice and your own intuition.
I have a question.
Sure.
Okay. So creative journaling.
Yes.
Okay. So journaling, I know, because, I get up every morning and I write down a few things on a piece of paper in a book I keep, right? So how do I get creative? What is creative journaling? Explain that to me, please.
Well, I think creative journaling is a sense of play. And, when we see young children, we recognize that they automatically have access to this intuitive place of playing, right? And as adults, we can kind of lose touch with that. Life becomes serious. And as it does, or we're dealing with different challenges, different obstacles in our lives. And so creativity and getting back to that creative journaling is really about delighting yourself. How do we get back to that sense of play? And so it might be through adding colors in your journal. It might be using images. It might be using watercolor. It's basically the idea that the journal is that soft place to land. It's that container. So anything goes on the page. I'm really about not having any rules or right or wrong on the page. So I always say, guess what? There are no journal police. So there's nobody coming by, there's nobody coming by to check your work and to really get away from this idea of what we learn in school, which might be we all have to write in the lines kind of thing. So it's really tuning into yourself. And one of the things that I'm really curious about right now is creative alchemy.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. So, see, I knew what creative journaling was because I took her course. And she really helped to open me up as far as journaling went, because I was raised in a time where we all had to be perfect, right? So I have a different way of journaling now. I use crayons. I have my own box of Crayolas that my grandchildren are not allowed to touch. So I use my Crayolas. I have markers. I have stickers. I have 100 journals in the store, but I go to the dollar store to get a cheap journal so I can do whatever I want. And it's big.
So it kind of looks like this.
It does. Yeah, except mine has crayons.
Yeah, yours has crayons on it.
I have crayons all over it. Yes.
Part of that idea of landing on the page and allowing ourselves to play is actually supports our brain. So when our right hand is working on the page, it frees up the other side of our brain that brings in new ideas and our intuition. And so a lot of people maybe don't know that journaling has now got a lot of scientific research and data that shows what happens to our brains when we take the time to write down on the page, whether it's doodling, right? It's not about what we're actually writing. It's about the act of doing it. And a lot of the studies show that when we engage doodling or drawing or writing down on the page, it's like a massage for your brain.
Okay. So, okay, I have a question for you because I want to get to this creative alchemy too, right?
Yeah.
And this might be a segue into it, right? We're good at that stuff. We do improv,
Segue.
So, I have, let me grab it. It's right back here. I have what I call my my reading book. That's not what I call it, but I'm not going to tell you what I call it. So anyway, when I'm doing a reading, I sit with a pen, I have my book, and I look at this. I write, right?
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily write names or anything. I doodle.
Yep.
I
get information.
Is that what I'm doing? I guess. I don't know why I do it. And a lot of it is just, do you know what I try and do is I try and draw a perfect square, a cube.
Oh, cool.
I mean, and I can't. I start them all and see,
That's pretty perfect, that one.
No, they're not good at all. I do them all the time. So this is my brain getting massaged while I'm doing a reading.
While you're getting all that information, it's also a way of you tracking. And so journaling is also, it's a window into ourselves, but it's an outlet, but it's also a container. So part of that creative alchemy is, if I'm creating a container, what we know about creative alchemy is that it's a transformational experience. It's substances coming together to create another substance. So when we think about using it in our journal, it's like if I'm taking all the elements of, say, a situation in my life that's troubling, maybe it's an obstacle or maybe it's resistance to something, and I start adding elements, I start adding color, I start adding images. I start adding stickers. What I'm doing is I'm softening what's on the page.
Oh, yeah,
And then I can go further with that, and I can actually change the picture. So it's almost like rewriting, right? Rewriting the story of what's going on. And so first, what I will do with creative alchemy is I'll make a choice. Let's say I'm procrastinating on something. I know nobody here procrastinates on anything.
Never.
But I actually had this experience where I recognized that I was procrastinating for a significant amount of time, which got my attention. And so I made a choice. That's step one in creative alchemy. I made a choice. I'm going to write this down. I'm going to face this, even if I feel fear. And I felt kind of silly. Like, why am I afraid of this? There's some kind of resistance going on. The second thing that I did was I looked at what I did on the page with all my messy writing. And I thought, how can I soften this for myself? How can I express to myself some self-compassion, right? A lot of us talk about self-compassion, but how do we really practice it? And for me, it's not in my brain. I can see it on the page, and I might take yellow, or I might take a color that I'm really drawn to. You know, color has a profound impact on the brain. So I might take a color and I might just trace around it. I might circle things that are important to me on the page, like, that really hit me. I'm upset about that. And then I do the third step, which is I soothe myself. So how do I soothe myself on the page? Again, I'm delighting myself. I'm taking that time to honor, witness, and validate my experience. You know, a lot of us go through life waiting for people to give us permission for things. Like how right? Waiting, or if someone could see me here, or if someone could help me with this. And for me, journaling is taking that time, whether it's 5 to 15 minutes, to really honor and validate myself. And you know what happens? 3 weeks later, or 2 weeks later, a week later, I'll open up my journal and I'll go, you know what? That doesn't bug me anymore.
Oh.
To me, that's the power of creative alchemy. And I think we use it. We use it all the time. It's like when we're in the kitchen and we're baking a cake. And some of us need a recipe and some of us don't. And we mix all those ingredients and out comes this beautiful cake. I think in any kind of creative process, that's kind of creation in itself, right?
Well, I agree 100%. I just lost my thought. It went over there.
It ran.
It
That's
did.
what happens when you're sick.
I know. Yeah,
Feel
when
for
you're
her.
62.
62.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
She's complaining about 50. 50 is amazing.
50. I have had the privilege and honor of having many readings by Terry Lynn. I also feel very privileged that she's been able to support our family through some really, really difficult times. So appreciative of that. And this gift that Terry Lynn has is channeled through such love and such sensitivity. And, you know, it's such an honor. I was thinking back of how long we've known each other. 10 years?
20, longer than that.
Longer than that.
2011.
14. Oh my goodness.
2011.
Wow. Terry Lynn has been known to come over to my house when I say, I feel some strange energy here. Would you come over and do a clearing for me?
And I have.
And the answer is yes. If you are looking for more, guidance in terms of your own journaling practice, you know, there's so many ways that you can kind of explore that. But I just want to share one journaling exercise or a journaling prompt with you today. Is one of the ways that I like to start my day is just to even take 5 minutes and ask the question on the page, what is going well for you right now?
Oh.
And that really kind of grounds me. I don't know about you, but I'm not necessarily a morning person. As a parent, it's one of the things that I had to learn very quickly was to be a morning person. And one of the things that really helps me is to just take time to go, what is working well for me right now? It kind of lands me in gratitude. It lands me in appreciation, but it also puts me in the focus of being in the present, in the now. right? And then if you want to explore it further, you'd say, how do I feel right now? And then a third writing prompt, how do I want to feel right now? Right? So then even just those 3 simple prompts, a lot of myths about journaling is this idea that, oh, I need an hour every day, or I'm not going to be a good journaler. Again, there are no journal police. If I manage 1 to 8 minutes in my journal a day, I'm doing great. I don't have to manage that. Sometimes I can do that when I'm driving in the car. What is going well for me right now? Oh, well, I'm feeling this way, and I like this color red on me today, and I'm feeling excited about going to spend time with Terry Lynn today.
So you don't have to write it down?
No.
Oh.
No, because journaling is like meditating with a pen. So you can also take the pen away and just be like, again, that positive affirmation, right? Of this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm thinking. So if you don't have the time to do it, a lot of us don't, we're busy, we're multitasking, amazing creatures. You can just take that moment to check in with yourself,
So here I've been beating myself up because I don't spend, 30 minutes or an hour with my journal. And I mean, I drive around, I do a lot of driving. So I'm like, okay, so what's going on today? What am I doing today? So I've been journaling all this time and I didn't even realize.
Well, that might be a little bit of a stretch there, Terry.
This is my story.
But it is about, again, taking that time. That's part of that self-care that we can do, right? And that is connected to our spiritual self-care, right? Emotional, mental, spiritual self-care.
That's when people come into the store and I talk to them about, they're looking for a daily spiritual practice. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. And, okay, so oracle cards, meditation, these kind of things. And what I tell them is to start a daily spiritual practice, get up 30 minutes before you normally do. Go get your oracle cards, have them ready, get up, go to the washroom, and then come back, sit, put headphones on for 10 minutes and listen to nature, the water, rain, fire, whatever it is that you need to listen to.
Yeah.
And after the 10 minutes, go get your cards, shuffle them up, pull a card, get your journal right in there. It takes a matter of 30 minutes. Now, ask me how many mornings I do that.
How many mornings do you do that, Terry?
So today on our show, we have Nicole Nattrass.
So you know what, again, we want to watch out for that perfectionism, right? Because when we're putting those expectations on ourselves, what ends up happening is we end up feeling bad. So how likely are we to go back to that pattern if we're feeling bad? Which is kind of, I want to bring it back to this idea of, what is your relationship like to your journal?
That is exactly the point.
Color,
exactly.
stickers,
yes.
Like you want to, it's like going to the gym. I go to the gym where I like the music, I like the atmosphere, I like the people, I like all those things. So we want to remember that enjoyment is that motivating factor, right?
Right.
And, there's so many great journaling practices. I happen to be a member of the International Association of Journal Writing. It's a great community. There are so many either courses that you can take, go at your own pace. There's free journaling exercises. Part of this idea of connecting us all internationally to a community that can share different resources is so, so important. Like Moonstruck, right? It's the same idea of being able to connect internationally is incredible.
Oh, yeah. No,
Wow.
Moonstruck TV and A1R, psychicradio.com, amazing that they're able to connect. Because, I've done readings in Morocco, in Finland, or Denmark, I'm not sure which, down in Ecuador, all over the United States, in Scotland and Ireland, in England, and all over Canada. It's just been a great, it's a great medium. Did you get that? To help us all connect globally.
I feel like that was a real Canadian moment there.
Sorry. Sorry, it's my sickness here. It's not completely straight here. So
yeah, it is an incredible medium.
So you have a course that you do online, though, isn't that right?
I do.
Yes. Tell me about that.
I have an online course. It's Go at Your Own Pace. It's through the International Association of Journal Writing. It's called Creative Journaling for Self-Care. I have books. I've been really fortunate that during the pandemic, I wrote a book, but I was also asked to contribute to 4 new books. Like,
wow.
I know, a
Why
chapter.
didn't I know that?
I don't know. It's a chapter in each book, which is really exciting. I also offer e-courses. So if you don't want to engage in an online course, you can have options that come into your email every week. And I offer coaching. So I have a whole bunch of different options that people can tune into if they want. And the other piece is you can also spend some time for yourself thinking about what you are interested in, and you can Google different writing prompts. So if you are interested in self-care, put it in Google, self-care writing prompts, and see all the writing prompts that come up for you. But if you're looking for guidance, there's, I'm also available for sure. Yeah.
So I had that other thought. My thoughts are chasing over there. I think I'm going to walk over there after the show and everything is going to.
Let me see if I can channel that thought.
So, if you haven't noticed, Nicole is a very good friend of mine, and we've been friends a long time. But she's taught me quite a bit about because I did take her creative journaling class, and the one thing that I know I've been hearing you say, I know that we both agree on, is that there is no wrong way. Like I said, oh, 30 minutes, blah blah blah. But that's only if that's what you do. If one day you do it for 5 minutes, then you do it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If one day you're at an hour and 30 minutes, well, you're at an hour and 30 minutes. But if you ask 10 people one question, the same question, you're going to get 10 different answers. That doesn't mean that none of those people are wrong. It just means that everybody has their own opinion and everybody has their own way of doing things.
Yeah.
So just take what resonates from each one of those people, and that's your answer.
Yeah.
There is no wrong way. It's just a different way.
Yeah. And everybody has their own unique path. The whole idea is that if you start, then you find out what works for you, right?
Exactly. And that's sometimes it's a real hard thing to start, right? That's where I have issues because for whatever reason, and this is, I'm working very hard on my self-care, but for whatever reason, sometimes I feel like, oh, well, I should brush my teeth. Well, I don't deserve to have clean teeth, or that's kind of an exaggeration, but sometimes we don't think that we deserve to spend that time journaling or meditating or doing something for ourselves.
And we can have that self-sabotage, right?
Yes.
And that self-sabotage is just, it's old hurt, right? It's old unworthiness that comes up that kind of says, well, I got to put other people first. I've got to do this, do this, do this. A lot of us do that as parents, right?
Yep.
Where we're always putting everybody else first. It's challenging that way, right? But if we can stop and remind ourselves like, hey, if I'm taking care of her, I got to take care of me at the same time, right? It's like having that balance.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's something that, I think it's kind of like my generation, we always put ourselves second. And we were taught, you have to be perfect. It doesn't matter what's going on the inside, but the outside needs to look perfect. The house might be a mess, but somebody's coming over. We shove everything in the closet and under the beds, because it has to look perfect. So it's taken a long time for me to realize that I don't have to be perfect, and I really don't want to be perfect. That's a lot of stress.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, hey?
And it's taken me a long time to be messy in my journal. And now I'm super messy.
Are you really?
Super messy.
No.
And it's so freeing. She knows exactly I am. It's so freeing to be messy. I don't know. You can't see that really. Maybe you can. It's just freeing, again, to color outside the lines.
Oh, I know what I was going to say.
Yeah.
It's okay to be angry and write in your journal.
Oh, yeah.
There was one time a lady, I don't know if it was you or not. I can't remember. It's somewhere in my travels throughout the years. Someone told me that I needed to have like an angry journal. So I went to the dollar store and I got an angry journal. I made it the prettiest possible journal that I could possibly have. And it said Carpe Diem on it.
Yeah.
And so what would happen is she said, whenever you're angry, go get this journal, write a sentence or two, but that's it. And then just let it go. So, I'd go get my journal. I get mad at my husband or something. And wow, Steve's a jerk, and I'd set it down and I'd walk away, oh, the grandkids, blah, blah, blah. Ah, they did this. Oh, they just made me mad. I'd close it and I'd go walk away. Was it you that told me that?
No.
Oh, well, it was a good idea though.
But I think it's a great idea. Again, I think it's that journey, that soft place to land. So we have to recognize that we are allowed. What an amazing point is that we are allowed to get angry in our journal. And guess what? Nothing bad happens. No one gets hurt. We can, if something's upsetting in our lives, then we have to talk to someone. We can make those notes for ourselves. We can almost script things and then say, these are all the things that I need to say. Is this appropriate to say? Again, it's that idea that it's a container, it's an outlet, and it's a window into ourselves, right?
Yes. So, Nicole.
Yes.
The 30 minutes is coming up. The end of the show. It's here now.
It's very, very fast how it all happens, isn't it?
Told you it goes done, right?
Wow.
So, how can people get a hold of you if they would like? Do you have a website?
I do. You can get a hold of me on my website. It's www.nicolenatris.com.
Perfect. And they can get all your information there, figure everything out. I will be back next week, possibly with Nicole. But next week, I plan on I'm going to talk to my lovely friend, Michelle Wanacott. And Michelle is known as the Pet Psychic. And I'm going to see if she'll join me next week. And we'll do a couple of readings next week. But as I said this week, no readings. I've not been feeling well for the last little bit here. So I want to say thank you so much, Nicole, for coming and joining me. I hope you will come back again in a little bit. And do you have any last words?
Well, I'm very, very honored that you asked me to join you, Terry Lynn, and very honored that, as your friend, as a counselor, that you're taking some good self-care time. It's important, right? That we keep ourselves healthy, spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. And so she is demonstrating exactly the most excellent thing we can do for ourselves.
You really need to watch it too, because I don't demonstrate that very often. Although I am learning, I will say that. And thank you so much, Nicole, for coming. And thank you all for having such a wonderful time with us, because I know you did, right? Have a wonderful day. Stay tuned. I know you've got a great reader coming up next here on Moonstruck TV and A1RPsychicRadio.com. Until next week, have a beautiful week. Hugs, kisses, and remember, there's no wrong way.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne Marie. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am a clairvoyant and a medium, and we are here to do readings. So if you would like a reading, please call in. We're here all night. So I would enjoy a really good caller and a really good a reading. Oh my goodness. So my theme is love one another, and love is power. And we all need to show our kindness to one another as human beings. Love is power. And so we need a lot more of that to be able to survive what's going on with the rest of the world. As humans, we have that conscious mind ability to be kind and use our love. So with that, that's enough said of that. What's ending is Mars in Neptune, and that is ending right now. So all the confusion and all of the strong energy, real strong energy, because Mars is Aries, and Aries is the god of war. In Neptune, and Neptune is the dreamer and the illusions and part of psychic ability. But when it's stuck in something like Mars, it's really combating. And so we've had this for quite a while, and now it's ending. So I'm glad that it's ending, and I hope everyone feels a sense of release and a sense of peace since that has gone direct out of those. So, yeah. So I am ready for a caller. So get busy. And oh, Clara. Hello. Clara from
Hi.
New Jersey. Hi, how are you tonight?
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Good, good. What can I answer for you tonight?
Well, I want to see if my fiance comes through.
Okay. Give me one minute with spirit and see what spirit has to say. So did he pass like a year ago?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And he was kind of young. I get the feeling he was young. I also get the feeling that he seems to be a humorous man.
Yeah.
He seemed to be joking. He's joking with you. I see him doing some
Yes.
kind of little joke with you. He let's see what else he has to say. Did he have some pretty eyes? Because what's standing
Yes.
out with him is his eyes. I'm trying to get a sense of his passing. Was it a quick passing? Because it doesn't seem like he suffered long, and it doesn't seem like an illness to me, because he's not bringing that up. He's not bringing up the time of going through something. And it could be that he doesn't want to bring it up, but I'm getting the feeling that he may have passed without knowing.
Yes.
Do I make? He just didn't know, and so when I ask him how he passed, he's kind of like, "I passed." It's like, okay, well, that doesn't give a lot of information. Did he have a dog? Because he's bringing up a dog.
Yes.
Okay. He's okay. He's all right. He has a lot of peace and a lot of joy where he is on the other side. And if you could hear him, you could hear that in his voice, the serenity that he feels. But he's telling me he didn't have that on Earth. He didn't have it in this reality. He's telling me that when he was here, he was worried a lot, and it would be in his voice a worry. And that's not there. He wants you to know that that's not there anymore. So do you have a living room lamp that flickers? Because he is showing me a lamp. That's him.
Yes.
That's your, go ahead.
Does he come at night? Because they see a lot of orbs in the house.
He does.
He's
always around you. Yes, he's watching you. And his calling card to me is that lamp. Because when he's by that lamp, it seems to flicker.
Yes.
He loves you very, very much. And he wants you to know that he left, but it wasn't his choice. He had no choice in the matter. And he wanted you to know that he misses you. And he's with you. He's with you all the time.
I feel him all the time. I really do.
I am so sorry for your loss. He seems like a generally funny and intelligent and really nice man. And I'm sorry. And he's sorry. It's like he didn't have a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that he's okay on the other side and he's at peace, but he does miss you and he's visiting. And he does a lot of other things too besides that lamp.
Yes, he does.
I think things are moving. Items are moving. So he's just trying, now that you know that it's his presence, you can just talk to him. He wants to talk to you. He wants to hear you.
I always do. Oh, thank you so much.
It's okay. It's all right. I'm just sorry that this happened. It feels tragic. It feels really like
it was
very, very big tragedy. So I'm very sorry about that. And I hope that you now know that he is there with you and he is trying to communicate and he loves you dearly.
Oh, I love him so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that I could answer for you? Take a second.
That was what I really wanted to know, because a lot of days I see orbs. I feel him sometimes calling me, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, because I know he's around me all the time.
You are not going crazy. You are very, very
sane. He's my soulmate.
Very much so. You're very in tune to each other. And you were in this life too together. Very, very in tune. So I just hope that now you know and you don't have to question yourself and you know that he loves you and he misses you, but he's always around you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Now I know more than ever. Thank you for validating that. I knew that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You go ahead and have a good night. And thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
You too, honey. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, I've got a few more minutes. I want to say my website is kind of goofy with the calendar, so don't even bother with the calendar. If you go to my website to schedule, just email me at the email address, and I will contact you back rapidly. And also, I am booked for the rest of March, but April looks pretty good. So if you would like a reading with me, please go to Psychic Pass, like right down there. And everyone have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. And I will see you next week. Thank you and goodbye.
accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Central Time for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm Andrea Bacon. Thank you so much for joining me. It's great to be here again. So there's a lot of shift in the energy right now. Pluto is moving into Aquarius, and that's really making this lighter, less challenging energy in a lot of ways. So right now with this shift, it's a great time to be working on some big goals. And if you have been, putting in the effort, you're going to see the payoff for that. You may have been seeing some synchronistic events, like when you are thinking about someone or something and then it shows up in your reality, or you hear from that person you were just thinking about. It's like these coincidences. They're a co-creative process that the universe communicates to us with when we're on the right path. So normally it's something that is like surprising but exciting and meaningful to us as well that will show up. And if you have been experiencing it, you're asking yourself, what does this mean, to get information if you are curious, and then not forcing an answer, just letting it be, and the answer will come to you. And so I have pulled some cards about this and ahead of time, and I've got confidence is key and prosperity lies ahead. So being confident that you are going to be able to make these changes is part of the process here. And we've got surrender to play. So lightening up, having fun, enjoying this process, being in a more lightness of being, lighthearted energy is definitely something that can help open the doors to these things as well. Okay. Don't get tempted to go back into conflict if that is something that you have been dealing with. Okay, because we've got the 5 of Wands and the Temptation card. So focus on, with the Star card, focus on the healing and the hope and the brightness and the lightness here for the future. Because we have a wish fulfillment with the 9 of Cups as well. There's a lot of working on emotions. If you still have stuck, stagnant emotions, this will also help free up energy. And you're leveling up here, or this energy is supportive of that anyway, if this is something that you're wanting to work on. So the Page of Wands to the King of Wands. So we've got the Wands, this fiery energy, passionate, creative energy. And the Page is speaking of a less mature and energy, and going into the King here. Okay, so we're leveling up into something that is more creative, and so that's something that you can think about. Okay, and now we have a caller, Sharon in the UK.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you so much for doing this.
Oh, thank you. My pleasure. So how can I help you?
Basically, I have a decision to make, and I'm not really sure what to do. Basically, what happened was in the past, in 2008, somebody sexually harassed me, and I didn't tell many people. But now I told one other person recently, and this was within a group of people with Sita Yoga, which we have in the UK, and I know you have it in America as well. And basically, somebody from the organisation has got in contact with me and said that she wants me to meet with her and to make a formal complaint. And I'm not sure whether I should. I mean, part of me thinks it's the best thing to do because it might stop this person doing it to other people. But part of me thinks that because it's in the past, and that I should not.
Okay. Let me see what I can get on this subject.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that you're having to go through that. So, and I think, right, also focusing on, healing as well for you, regardless, is something that, you will be good for you to do, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Because right now, the cards I'm pulling on this is you feeling, just like you were saying, stuck, not knowing, and not knowing what to do. So there's, so if you feeling like you have to defend yourself, okay. So if you do go ahead and report, got King of Swords, which is like boundaries, okay. And if you don't report, let's see. That was like a Ace of Swords in reverse. A lot of swords and Five of Pentacles in reverse.
Okay. So if I report, I need to be very boundaried. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because there is a way that I could report it and just say, I'm just going to give you the information. I'm going to give you the emails I've got that give some evidence to what happened. And that's all I'm prepared to do. I could just do that.
Absolutely.
And not meet with them. And yeah.
Yeah. And don't go back and forth with if there's conflict, don't engage too much into that and allow it to drag you down. Just like you said, just the precise, information that happened and everything. And then I think there will be a quick resolution to it if you do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, sorry you had to go through that. It's very stressful.
It was very stressful and it was very horrible at the time. So, yeah. Is there anything that you can see for me in terms of the future, the best possible direction in the future?
Yeah, you do have good wish fulfillment, good things coming with this 10 of Cups. You absolutely have some, things that you're wanting, and some heart healing, and focusing on self-love is going to be a key for you to be getting there, to having some good things happening for you. Kind of balancing out your energy with the feminine and the masculine. So the receiving and the giving energy, make sure that you're, receiving as much as you are giving. That's, it balances your energy, and that you're not over giving so much that it's depleting you is coming through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And let's see. There's, I don't know if you had a misunderstanding with a friend or somebody in your life.
Yes.
Okay. I am seeing some higher information coming to you to help clear that up. And this is, it feels like a healing on that as well. Something coming out to light that's going to help resolve that. And I see you in this beautiful energy, like a phoenix rising energy. And you're really going to become more empowered from all of this that you've gone through, is, something that is going to be to help you and to feel, stronger after having gone through everything. And you're going to really benefit from this. It's going to help you get out of your head as well.
Yes.
So you're not going around and around in your head about everything. And being mindful. I don't know, do you do meditation now? Because I feel like you kind of.
Yes, I do.
So, yeah, I feel like you're having even more now that you're standing up for yourself, this spiritual energy upgrade, so to speak. And there's a higher energy coming in for you, reclaiming your power.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And, being around the color green and out in the garden or traveling, if you're able to, it'll be really refreshing for you and good for you to do that.
I love the color green, and I love being in nature.
Oh, yeah, that's really healing for you. So just make sure to set boundaries with people. And I see this soul partner connection as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I see a lot of good things for you.
Okay, thank you very, very, very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anything on money at all? Is there anything you can see on money?
Let me check real quick. Yes, I feel like the empowering energy that's coming in for you is going to bring in a brand new beginning that's going to help you move on to calmer waters and bring in a financial abundance. Absolutely.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Anna Olson here on A1R Radio, and I am here to do my segment every week, Tuesdays, 1:30 Pacific Standard Time, 3:30 Eastern Standard Time in the United States. If you're out of the United States, you can always check those time zones to see when I'm going to be on, and I will also post up on Facebook, Instagram, and my account on TikTok, which is Anna O Intuitive. Instagram is Tiny Medium Queendom, and Facebook is Anna Olson Intuitive. So that's where you can reach me and find me. You can also go to my website. It's at the bottom of the screen, which is AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. I do psychic readings. I do spiritual counseling and counsel. And I'm also proud to announce that I'm going to start doing a hypnotherapy program that specializes in trauma. So that will probably be done within 6 months to a year from now. And I'm also happy to announce that I have graduated from a course in Harvard University on oracles, omens, and prophecies, taught by an astronomer who is absolutely amazing. And I will also be graduating from a few other Harvard online, it's called Harvard X programs. It's going to be an anatomy course, so a medical anatomy course, and then I'm also going to be doing some other courses through there to better serve the people that I am doing readings on or working with. So I'm constantly upgrading my services and my skill set for you. And that's my basic goal, is to make sure that I am making you as healthy, happy, and happy with everything that I do with you after a session. So that's my goal. I'm going outside tarot cards, but if you still want to learn how to read, learn what your intuition and your psychic abilities or your extrasensory abilities are, I'm here to teach you. I am here to let you know what you need to do to figure out what your extrasensory abilities are, because if you've had them your whole life, you don't know what they are because you don't know the difference, and you don't know if you're different than other people. Even if somebody uses their extrasensory abilities regularly and other people witness it, half the time people don't understand that's different than the norm. And that's really what I want to hit on when I'm doing either one-on-one coaching with people who are basically wanting to learn about their intuition and their extrasensory abilities, but I'm also going to be putting together some classes, an intuitive group, due to many requests. So I have people just randomly calling me and asking me, can you do an online or in-person or both intuitive class, where we have people who want to learn about their intuition, who want to get more in touch with their intuition or practice their intuition or psychic abilities. We all have them, by the way. We can get together and we can figure that out. You can learn your skill set. You can figure out what you're good at. You can always try it and see. And I think you would be pleasantly surprised. So with that said, I want to do a really quick lesson quickly on how to read cards. It's a big mystery to most people. And as a reader now for the public for over 7 years, I can tell you that a lot of it is really a natural skill set. You do kind of have to already have some innate skill sets with reading cards. And if cards aren't your thing when you're doing readings or you're trying to get message from spirit, which I've done actually with big ticket items in my life, I'm talking about huge things, buying a house, job, career, schools. When you're doing a reading, it's important to learn what modality or type of reading fits you the best. So when you go into doing a reading of any kind. Some people do better with remote viewing. Some people do better with reading auras. Some people do better with tarot. Some people do better with tea leaf. Some people do better just with mediumship and not using any modality like that. So, it's really just up to you to find out what your skill set is. And that's usually something that I go through with people, because I do feel that it's important to know, even not just if you wanted to make a living doing it, but also basically just if you are wanting to just use it in your own life, you don't have to make a living off of it. You can just use it in your daily life where you're not, sure of a situation, or you really need some extra help making a decision of your own, in your own life. This comes in handy. So let's just go into it really quickly. I have this really great deck of cards here. This is Living with a Feather Heart by Jennifer Sodini. I'm going to show this clearly. I want this author to get credit for this beautiful deck of cards. It is gorgeous. It includes shadow side, and it includes the higher consciousness and the higher self as well, which I love, because too many cards don't include both, and both are very important. So when we just have shadow side that we're working with, or we just have our higher self, you're in denial on either end. So it's important to know that when we are dealing with our shadow side, you're dealing with a very delicate issue of ourselves, our subconscious, unconscious mind. And you're also dealing with your higher self in a spiritual sense, in which if you are denying your shadow side while you're working with your higher self, that light, bright part of us all, you're neglecting the shadow side. And that's where people can get a little bit like this. And you kind of notice they're kind of out of touch. And then you're kind of realizing that, they're not integrating both sides. And you notice that they're kind of out of touch and they're too high up, which can be a way to be in denial, basically, from your real problems and the things that will really help ground you and get you back into where you need to be for healing and for reality. Because this planet, if we're not really integrated into our shadow self, that's rooted into the ground and into the earth and into this dimension, your mind can actually, when you see people that are kind of staring and kind of like, oh, like they're kind of seem out of touch, they're actually not completely in this dimension. And we can't learn fully what we need to learn from healing our trauma and our subconscious through this dimension without addressing that there needs to be a bridge between the conscious higher self and the unconscious shadow side. So that's where we want to build a bridge. And that's really where a lot of the spiritual work is done, the emotional work, physical work. It's all connected. It's all holistic. And that's what I like to really touch on. And that's also really what draws us into relationships. That's what draws us into finding those people who will teach us the most with any relationship, whether that be a work relationship, whether that be, a modality of a romantic relationship, a friendship, a child-parent relationship. It doesn't matter what the relationship. We need to be in touch with these parts of ourselves for any relationship where we can learn the most and be really just given feedback about how we are functioning as a person in this society. So that said, let's look at this deck. It's really beautiful. Living with a Feather Heart, again, by Jennifer Sodini. Want to give her credit. Jennifer Sodini, Living with a Feather Heart. Love the higher self and the shadow self on the back. I love that integration that she puts into this. So let's say that I have a question. I have a client who comes in. First of all, I want to ground and protect my area. You want to put a shield around you of protection. You also want to really close out any sort of portals or other places that you've been with other people, reading. You want it to be just focused in your circle with you being the reader, the person who's there to serve this person. And then you want to make sure that that person, you're opening up their portal, you're putting it even over your head, and you can kind of like get in touch with their energy and their spirit guides. Okay, then you have them ask a question. Usually I know the question before they come in because I can feel it. And when they come in and they sit down, I can sense usually what they're feeling. Sometimes they cry, even right when they just sit down, because they can feel this healing space and that it's okay to release. So you want it to be a very inviting space that isn't about you as the reader. It's about them as the person who needs the reading, because this is about service. This is about love. This is about putting that person in a place where it really is all about them in that moment, and that it's not about per se me. It's about them and making sure that they're served as a human being on this planet, which will increase the higher consciousness in the general population significantly, even with just one person, considering the butterfly effect. If you've ever looked into or heard about the butterfly effect, I really do suggest looking into that. It's like one drop in the ocean can create a ripple effect worldwide. We want to help even just one person understand their true beauty, their true importance, and the true love that they have been made with, and why they are here on this planet. So these things are not really easily explainable in an eternal sense in this, I guess, with language or in this dimension. So usually I'd like to just let the person know, trust me, you want to look for your significant importance in this world and on this planet and in the world thereafter once we leave this planet. So it all fits together beautifully, very nicely, like a puzzle. And there are some pieces that we need to kind of fit together. So moving on, once the person sits down and asks a question, I'm going to focus on the question, right? You want to shuffle your cards while you're thinking about that person so that you're really getting into that energy of what that person needs. So let's say if I want to ask about, should I get a cat? I'm just going to ask something really general and basic. So should I get a cat? Okay, so I'm going to shuffle the cards thinking about a cat, thinking about a pet. I love cats. I have a great affinity and a love for animals. Let's see, should I get a cat? I just saw a vulture fly outside my window. That was interesting. Could be a sign, might not be. You want to look around you and make sure that you're seeing things. Saw a hummingbird. Okay, there's a hummingbird and a vulture. So the wind's blowing. It's beautiful outside. There's sunshine I'm seeing out the window. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is cut my deck. I'm just going to cut it in half. 2 piles. I'm going to pull 1 and 2. Spirit's just telling me how to do this as I go. First thing that I'm getting, they're both inverted, so they're both upside down. I got these 2 cards. Inverted means upside down. Let's look at the one on the left that usually means past. Okay, it says, I speak with good intent. And there is an animal on this, but it is a bird. So let me show our viewers what this is. This is a beautiful card. Look at this art. These artists are amazing. Give them credit. Give them credit. This is Jennifer Sodini. Beautiful. Let's give these beautiful artists their credit. I speak with good intent. Okay, so that's the past. I speak with good intent. The way I'm seeing that and feeling that card right now is that I speak with my heart and how much I love animals and how much I want a cat. Can I really deal with that right now? Will I be traveling? Maybe it isn't the best idea. I think saying it sounds good, but have you ever heard the term, it sounded like a good idea at the time? That's kind of what I'm getting from Spirit about this topic with me getting a cat. Okay, let's look at the next one. It's also inverted. I ask respectfully of others. Let's hold this one up now for the camera. I am again showing this beautiful art from Jennifer Sodini. She's absolutely amazing, Living with a Feather Heart. Okay, so it says, I act respectfully of others. Now, I have a neighborhood where there are a lot of other cats right now. I act respectfully of others. If the cat went outside, I mean, I don't think I could keep an indoor cat right now. Both cards are inverted. To me, that feels like a no. Nope. No cat right now. That's a quick answer. Now, the other thing that you can do if you're just starting out, you get the 2 cards that you pulled, right? That you felt called to pull. I speak with good intent. I'm going to take out the little book that comes with the cards. This is the beginner's guide on how to do this, okay? I speak with good intent. So I'm going to look through and I am going to, these are all so positive, by the way, all of these affirmations on these cards. If you look through them, they're just amazing. Wonderful, positive. Okay, so I keep the waters pure. I do good. See, these are all about very, very positive. I am accepting. I act respectfully of others. Let's do that one first because I got to that first. I'm going to open it up to this card, okay? It's just going to correlate to the card that I pulled. So you're going to read the passage. I tend to read pretty quickly, so basically the gist that I'm getting of this card is that living as a conduit of the golden rule. that we pass pure positive energy to all we encounter and perennially leave a lasting impression. That speaks very well to, I just kind of read this real quick, but it really just speaks well to me really thinking about others and living the golden rule that everything that I do does affect others. Okay. So now I'm going to go on to I speak with good intent. I think I already know what this means. I just want to confirm a lot about readings or getting messages from spirit or with your psychic abilities or extra sensory abilities is that you are just confirming what you already inherently know for a fact. Sometimes our conscious mind just needs a confirmation from spirit or from our own intuition in our surroundings to confirm that we were right or that we were wrong. Okay. So this is also, I wanted to add 42 negative confessions of Matt. So this is really interesting because this is in the middle of the book. And I think this is another thing that's really beautiful about this is that these are negative confessions, which are 1 through 42. The first one is, I have not committed sin. I have not committed robbery with violence. I have not stolen. These are very interesting. So these are something you can kind of study on your own time if you ever come across this deck and this guide. So anyway, I just would go through, look at the book with I speak with good, good intent. And I would just read it, just real quick to synapse it. I would just read it real quick. And I would just pretty much look at what it says and then go from there and see if it confirms what I'm already thinking. If not, what else is it telling me that I don't know? That's really what this is about. This is about learning about yourself and others and what would be best for the highest and greater good. That's basically what readings are about. We want to know what is best for the highest and greater good, meaning the best for everyone. Sometimes what's good for me in the moment that I want immediately, like with my dopamine hit or whatever you want to call it, is not the best thing for everyone involved. And that is the gist of it, because if I'm not doing what's best for everyone involved at that moment, and I'm short-sighted about the facts involved long-term, you know how they say hindsight's 20/20. You look back and you can go, oh, maybe that wasn't the best idea. It seemed like a good idea at the time. This is really about giving you guidance of being able to look into the future and see things that you couldn't initially see about your situation or the choice that you're going to make. And I think that that's really what's phenomenal about this work is that we can not just look at the timeline, we can look at the trajectory of different choices. So I can sit down with somebody and say, look, if you make this decision, this is your choice, you have free agency, you get to do whatever you want, but understand that every decision you make has a trajectory on your timeline, and there's the butterfly effect. So every decision we make as human beings has a long-term effect. Every decision we make in our lives has a long-term effect. And that is what I like to base my advisories and my advice on. So when I say, okay, if you take this job in Texas, this is what you need to know. I can look down the trajectory of that decision and tell the person what's going to happen. If you do not take the job and you stay where you are and instead take this job in this city, this is what's going to happen. It gives somebody insight as to how it would work out. And of course, I can always put my own advice on it and say, if I were you, this is what I would do. Obvious to them, you know, if the trajectory outcome is good and it's preferable to what they want, usually every human being wants the same things, then now they have a nice informed, manageable way to know what to do next. And the only catch to this modality is when somebody's not really willing to make I guess it would be like a sacrifice or an investment, because to them that would be too much, or that would be like, they don't have the courage. Sometimes people don't have the confidence or courage to make decisions that will invest short-term for a long-term better outcome. And that's kind of like the investor financially investing a large sum of money now to make even more money later. Yes, it will take away from their money now. Yes, they can't use it now. It's kind of tricky. It's kind of scary. They're not 100% sure, it's kind of like, oh, this is kind of scary. Change and making big decisions that you're not used to making is a lot of what we do here. And getting out of your comfort zone and being more comfortable with change is usually the key to increasing your finances, relationship quality, where you're living, your job, your career, all of this together, your family, all these things together that people usually want advice on. Those don't change until you do something different than what you're doing now. The pattern has to change. You want something to change? Why is it the same? It's because you've been doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Totally normal. That's how us humans are. We like to be safe, cozy, and comfortable. You want a big change in your life, you're going to have to make a big change in your patterns, especially with relationships. Relationships are something that we just can't expect it to always be the same if we're doing the same things over many years or even months or weeks. If you want it to be different and the other person is not making a change, you have to be the change you want to see. And this is scary. It's uncomfortable. So this is where a lot of my readings are based. In addition, I do have a lot of life coaching stuff that I like to offer if people want it. It's just whatever people want. And that's why I'm also going to do the course in hypnotherapy, because there's a great modality that I love that's highly effective, more effective than most therapy, and as great as therapy is, and how, a lot of people have benefited from that. It's even a few steps up. And it's just programming the mind, the conscious and the subconscious real quick, to what you want and to what you need and to what will give you the highest yield and what your goals are for you. And the other thing is that most people that I work with have very different goals. I'm actually very surprised when I sit down with somebody and they say, oh, this is my goal. And I'm going, well, that's different than usual, but that's their journey. That's what they want. That's their focus. And then it makes sense later to me why that works. Your goals are always perfect, just the way they are. Making a goal is better than no goal. Having a goal is going to get you farther than not having a goal. That's where we like to start. But so now that we went over a little bit of how to read the cards and how to use these cards, there are a lot of interesting conversations about cards and how they work. I've known people who think that they intuitively pick the right card, which is very possible. There's a lot of research on people who will know what's under a card before they turn it over. There's a lot of science behind that. I could definitely roll with that. There's also a lot of talk about, people who work with angels. I know of an intuitive who works with angels. She says, the angels give me the right card. They tell me which card. Okay, that's her thing. Everybody has different labels to this. And I think as long as you feel comfortable in the modality that you're using and it works and you see it work, and every time you notice not only is it accurate, but it makes perfect sense to you, it feels peaceful, good, and amazing, then that's the type that you need to use. And I really think that picking the right cards that really speak to you is very important. It has to be what you need for your practice or for your personality. Now, I love these Italian art cards too. I also like to use these for men because they can work more with, masculine energies. They have absolutely beautiful golden art on them with what looks like old Italian art. There's a lot of gold, what looks like gold foil on them. It shimmers, is absolutely beautiful. There's this type of art that's just very classic and beautiful to me. I think it's, just really tasteful. There's a lot of, it's not all, as much as I love all different oracles and cards, it's not just to one style or one men or women. You know, it's everybody, and you can find your nice neutral decks. You can find whatever works for you. And I think like what I really want to focus on is, how do you look at a card and suddenly you get a message? I cannot stress enough that to get a message from a card, you just have to tap into your intuition and meditate a little bit on that card. Look at it and really focus and keep your shield up and ground, meaning you're going to like feel very peaceful. You're going to feel like there's a light coming through like the top of your head, grounding you into the ground through your feet. People feel this in different ways. You're going to look at the card and just ask, okay, what question you have or what topic you want to focus on. What is that card telling you? It could really reflect what's on the card. This could be, I don't know, social time among women. It could be sisters. There's 3 women standing there and, you know, they're having a great time. Could be a past life, you know, it could be pre-existence. It could be anything that just rings true for you by looking at that card and that art. Spirit will communicate through images, because as a medium, I can tell you, most conversations I have with spirit are through images, feelings, sometimes words, sometimes hearing a name or seeing a name in my field of vision. So it's just about what you get visually from the card, and even emotionally and vibe-wise. Like, what is the vibe you're getting? What is the electromagnetic field from that message telling you? So this was all very scientific, you know. I wish that I could elaborate a little more on the science behind this, electromagnetics and physics, but for now, I do have to close out for today. If you would like to work with me or get a reading or a session or just look into my services further, you can always go to AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's at the bottom of the screen here on my show today with A1R. You can also contact me on Instagram at Tiny Medium Queendom, TINY Medium Queendom. And you can also reach me through messaging me on TikTok if you'd like. It's Anna O Intuitive, ANNAO Intuitive on TikTok, and Facebook it is Anna Olson Intuitive. I get messages as well there. I'd rather you go online and reach me there on TikTok or Instagram. Those are the most reliable ways. But I hope you have a wonderful week. I would love to work with you. Give me a call or let me know if you would like. You can even, I'll have my phone number on my website. I have like a business line there that you can always text or call. Can't wait to talk to you. Please don't try to message me on the chat in my website. It's very hard to get to those. So I'm trying to take that feature off and I haven't figured it out yet.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side. I'm your host, Psychic Medium John Capello, and this is my weekly program here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. And we've got a whole bunch of other places you can find our program as well. And we hope that you will and watch our shows over and over and over again. So we look forward to having you comment on our program too. So today we're going to take our first caller, and so that caller will be coming in a couple more minutes, I'm sure. At least we hope so. And we're going to go along with our scheduled program, though. Last week we talked a little bit about dreams and the visual aspects of dreams, and I hope you had a chance to hear the program. We're going to revisit some of these things as we go along in our journey here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. But we're just going to kind of give you a little bit of overview. We only have a few minutes of the program. So I talked a little bit about dreams last week, and this week we're going to talk a little bit about clairaudience. Of course, we can't completely ignore the events that happened today. Part of it was because we're seeing Pluto. You know, that Pluto, I was telling you about it a few shows ago, about how it's in the placement where it was during the American Revolution. Well, it did something really interesting over the weekend. It went from the sign of Capricorn into the sign of Aquarius. And so each sign is a reaction to the previous one. And it kind of wants to cure the things that the previous sign did, if you want to call it that. So it just seems that the influence of Pluto and Capricorn, which is big government, corruption, and lots of things, power, and maybe greed, is going to be supplanted by the humanitarian and the eccentricities of Aquarius. So we'll see what happens. Of course, we had President Trump, or former President Trump, indicted today and went before a court. We'll see what Pluto does with that. It's making its first pass into the sign of Aquarius, and it'll make 3 passes to the point where it is right now. So it's affecting me because I'm 0 degrees Aquarius in my sun sign. So I wanted to talk a little bit about clairaudience today, but we have a caller. So I'm going to take my first caller and see if we can help Lizzie from the United Kingdom, and then we'll try to get back to our programming if we can. So Lizzie, are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, very good. I hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, it's been a lovely day here in England.
It's a lovely day in England? Okay, we're getting ready to have some rain.
It was, yeah.
It was? Okay. Well, Lizzie...
it's now night time.
Do you have someone in spirit you're trying to reach? Is there a father or husband in spirit?
No, I've just got a question to ask.
Pardon me?
Can you see, we're not separated, only by mileage, can you see my husband returning back to me next week?
Oh, okay. So there is an issue. There is an issue of regarding your husband, and you're separated from him right now. Is that correct?
We're only separated by mileage.
By mileage, okay.
And his job return back to Essex in the United Kingdom.
Okay. Well, it seems to me that he's doing his best to get back to you. It feels that way to me. There may be some complications, but he is going to come back. It just seems that, has he been working there in the other part of the country?
He's working.
Okay.
Yeah, he's working in Portsmouth.
Okay, because it just seems like you've had some sadness around you by being separated from him. Is that right?
Both of us are, yeah. We're both unhappy.
Okay. Well, he is trying to get back. Now, the thing is, he may have to make a decision whether or not he wants to work with this particular company or this job, if he is going to come back to live where you are, or there may have to be some type of move. There's going to have to be some type of...
That's what it would have. Yeah, it would be a transfer back to where I am.
Okay. Well, how can I help you today? Because I do feel like he's coming back. It seems like there's always some type of obstacle that prevents him from returning on time. It sounds like he has a position where they need him, and there may be a little bit of chaos that only he can take care of, or something of that nature. Because it just seems like he thinks he's got everything under control, and then oops, something happens, and they go, well, we need you to come on over here and fix this problem now.
You're
Is that
right.
Pardon me?
You're right. You're spot on with that one.
Okay.
I was told he will be coming back next week.
In 6 weeks? Well, it's like I say, I think that's pretty close. I think that from the energy that I'm picking up, it's pretty close that he'll be back in that time frame.
He will be.
Next week. Oh, no, I'm not. Next week. I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of hard time hearing you. I think it's going to take a little bit longer than next week myself. At least that's my feeling.
When do you think he'll turn up?
Well, I do think that I'm going to say at least 3 weeks or so, because I think he's finally going to have to say, I'm leaving, and you guys are going to have to figure some things out on your own, because I need to go home and see my wife, So I think in some ways he's going to have to put his foot down and let them know that, they're not babies over there, that they can figure some things out on their own. And to keep dragging him back, it's just not fair. That's my feeling.
Has he actually put his transfer in to come back to Essex?
Are people going to transfer in to come so he can come back to Essex?
Yeah. Has he put the actual piece of paper of a transfer back to where I am?
I think he has. I think he has put in the transfer. It's just that this is a lot of foot dragging for me. Okay. And so, like I say, I think he's going to have to put his foot down, and he's going to have to go in and, maybe even pound the table a little bit in a nice way. I don't want to get him fired, but I'm just saying that he's going to have to put his foot down, and he's going to have to say something that is going to get their attention. Okay.
Yeah, because he's not a very well man either.
Yeah, it just seems like I say they seem to push a lot of stuff on him it's really not really fair.
No, it isn't. It's like this week. He wanted to come home for Easter on Passover, and they've let everybody else have time off, and he's the police inspector in charge.
He just can't let him continue to get away with that. But like I say, he's going to have to do it in a nice way. I think he makes pretty good money, and I think he wants to continue with the job. But I also think he wants to come home, and I think that's something that needs to be respected. But he's going to just have to put his foot down. Okay.
Do you think he'll do it?
If he gets upset enough, he will. Yes, but that's why he's not coming back in a week. He's gonna have to get a little bit more upset before he is gonna put his foot down. But I do think he will. It's just that it's taking him a little bit longer than I would like. But I'm like,
same here.
And probably you too.
It is. I wouldn't mind him back tonight, actually.
Thank you so much, Lizzie.
Thank you so much. Take good care.
Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So that was my first call here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I hope I did okay. Lots of information there that we tried to give this lady. I mean, a lot of times, you pick up the energy of a man and you pick up the situation that there is something going on, but they don't necessarily have to be in spirit to pick up that energy of a male presence or a female presence. But we're a long way from getting into mediumship with our current content. And so it looks like we're going to have to talk about clairaudience next week. But before we sign off today, I want to thank Miracles of Joy for once again deciding to sponsor our program. And be sure to use that promotional code PS-0223 if you want to buy something from their online site. So thank you very much. Thanks, Dave, for being a great part of the program today and for the messages, because I couldn't hear her really well. But thanks for joining us here on the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello, and we'll see you next week here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. Take care. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
John Capello, and thank you for joining us here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network and Moonstruck TV. You know, we're Earth's #1 psychic radio network. So all those other extraterrestrials, they just have to just wait. So to get their turn. Today, we are pleased to be able to have our first guest on our program. And I'd like to welcome Joy Koff from Miracles of Joy. They're our sponsor for this month. And Joy has a wonderful store. And I'd like for Joy to kind of introduce herself and then tell us a little bit about her store and about the things that she does there. So welcome, Joy, and please let us know a little more about you.
I've been running a metaphysical store now for 17 years. I've come out of corporate America. I was a vice president of strategic initiatives and quality assurance for Citi, and decided to leave that job about 17 years ago and opened up my metaphysical store. So Miracles of Joy is located in the Dallas area. We're north of Dallas in Lewisville, Texas. And we have a wide range of products. So we also have cool people that come in and work out of a store like John, along with a bunch of other people all over the United States that actually come in and work out of the store.
Well, that's great. That's great. Well, you know, we've known each other a long, long time, and it's been fun to go to your store, and I'll be there actually next month. I'll be there. We go way back. But you have started your online business as well. I mean, you can't do anything nowadays without having an online presence. And I know you have a good one. And that's the one that we advertise here on our program, because this is a universal program. And this way they can order from Mars or Jupiter or wherever. And they could get your products wherever they want. So can you tell us a little bit about your online store?
Sure. So we decided, I guess, with COVID and everything that happened, we decided to take our world that happens to be in the storefront and move it online. We also have our storefront, but we also have everything that we have in our store is online. It's on our website. And you can purchase anything from tumbled stones, statuary, crystals, herbs, baths, anything to clear, I'm going to say Palo Santo, sage, candles, everything that we have in our storefront, we actually have online. And that website is miraclesofjoy.net. That's miraclesofjoy.net.
Well, very good. And you gave us a promo code to use for 25% off, and it's PS-0223. Now, Joy, you are also a Reiki master, and you teach some other things about galactic healing, and now you're also appearing on a Magic with a Magic school. You're teaching.
University Magicist is the name of it, and it is an online school that's international. And I have actually offered 8 workshops out there as well. They have great teachers from all over the world that teach on that actually teach on a monthly basis.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I know we have a good friend, Patty Negri, and she's the good witch out of Hollywood. A lot of fun. But I know you have a series of workshops and things that are always going on at Miracles of Joy. You always have something new. And you also have an online community that's on Facebook that people can join. Is that right?
That is correct. We do have a group, a Miracles of Joy group that anyone is welcome to join. They're able to ask any questions about metaphysics, anything about being psychic or opening up. You know, what I've noticed, I'm going to say, I think what happened is like during COVID, everyone was inside of their house feeling negative energy. Everyone started to deal with that negative energy that they were feeling in their own homes, how to clear their energy field, how to balance their chakras, things of that nature. And now everyone is going back into work. And what I find this year is people are really struggling with dealing with other people's energy that they interact with on a daily basis.
don't they? Like, oh my God, I remember what they're like.
So I want to say what we're working on with folks that are coming in now is, you can't control your environment that you're in. The only person you can really control is yourself and how you choose to interact in that environment. So we're working with people and teaching them that, how to love people where they're at and not actually take on the energy that they're putting out, how to actually set some really good boundaries there.
Well, people don't realize that they are energy sponges, and they absorb other people's energy. And when you're not around all that, you're not used to deflecting it, and you kind of heal a little bit. And then when you're back in it, it's kind of like, eesh, my goodness, we get that psychic energy from other people, and it affects us.
It does.
It changes our mood. It changes so many things. And we know the people that we gravitate to because they're happy, they're happier people, and those that are not. And then when we've been away from it a while, it's like coming off of a long, long vacation. When you first get back to work, you kind of got to get readjusted. But this has been a long, long vacation. And
right.
So I know that you've had to deal with that. But you also help people with stones.
I do.
Stones. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
My favorite is selenite. My favorite stone is selenite. It's one of my favorite that I like to use. It is a salt-based crystal, so it never needs to be cleared. But at the same time, it actually helps deflect negative energy and absorb negative energy, but you don't have to worry about clearing it. Two of my other favorite stones to mix, and I tell people to wear this on a daily basis if they can, and that's rose quartz and amethyst. Amethyst actually transmutes negative energy into positive energy, and rose quartz teaches you how to love yourself as well as those people that are around you.
Yeah. What do you think about citrine? Would you use a lot of citrine?
Citrine is one I use for abundance.
Yeah, so I try to have loads of it around me. So kind of a ton, but it just seems to me, that people are starting to recognize that there are other energies out there, and people are becoming more open. As a lot of myths about psychics and stones and tarot cards and stuff like that are finally being dismissed, and that's a good thing because it's all about intent. Would you like to talk about that?
It's whatever we draw to ourselves what we draw to ourselves. We are the master of our universe. And what ends up happening is we always want to think that it's something outside of ourselves, but it really isn't. And when we learn how to set, if someone turns around and asks me, well, then why do I feel negative energy? Well, you're very empathic. We're all empaths on some level. Yeah. So you are reading that person's energy field. It's not like they're sending it to you. You're actually going out there and reading it. And one of the items that I teach empaths is stop throwing your energy out there and feeling everything around you. Yeah. Be willing to hold your energy here and know that you're safe by holding your energy closer to you. You're actually reading that person's energy. They're not actually sending you negative energy. And it's learning that you're an empath and learning some tools that you can use to clear your energy on a daily basis. I use selenite. I use it like a wand, and I actually will clear my energy field when I come home after work. I think everyone should do that. They should learn how some of these tricks and some of these tools in order to clear their energy field on a daily basis.
Yeah, well, that's good advice, I think, because being open-minded and, being empaths, not only receive energy, but they can try, they send out healing energy as well. I talked about that last week on my show. If you're just a clairsentient, then you just absorb, but when you're in that empath, you've kind of got that hybrid. You've got that hybrid of being able to send healing energy to others too, which is good, I think. Mm-hmm. And it's just, but like you also say, learning to control your energy. I call it your personal space, because we extend our personal space out to people. And when we do, then it's kind of like a net. So so you have to protect that, and it's good that you teach that to the people that come to your store and your classes. At least I think so. And we've been doing this a long time, and we see how people are changing, and we see people are opening up and being realizing that there's more out there than just what we see in the empirical world. And it makes your life richer, and it helps you grow, I think. So, Joy, we're about ready to wrap up. You have any final words you'd like to say?
My final word is realize that you absorb other people's energy, and don't allow your mind to play tricks on you. Don't allow your ego to distract you in that moment and think that there's something wrong with you. If there's nothing that happened in your life, realize you just picked up on someone else's energy, and go ahead and clear your energy field in that moment.
Yeah. Well, very good. Well, thank you so much, Joy, for joining me today. I hope you'll come back, and please take advantage of miraclesofjoy.net. Use the promo code PS-0223, and join us again here on the psychic side, here on the A1R Psychic Network. Next week, we're going to be talking a little bit more about clairsentience. We're going to be doing a little bit of a meditation. And so I wanted to kind of fold it in to our general conversation of being clairsentient. So once again, thanks a lot. I'll see you next week. Thank you very much, Joy, and we'll see you next Tuesday at 4 p.m. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. What an amazing time of the year. Everybody's getting ready to celebrate Easter, and for many of us it's a very religious, very sacred time. And for the children, of course, it's about Easter Bunny and the chocolate eggs and the Easter egg hunt and the expressions on their faces and the joy and the delight and far too much sugar and all those things that go along with this time of the year. So whichever way you celebrate Easter, make sure that you find some sort of peace and happiness in your heart, because that's what it's about. It's about enjoying the time we have here on earth and sort of just letting our cares disappear out the window and enjoying this magical time of the year with our family and our friends, and just be thankful that you've got, you're still breathing, you've got something to look forward to. It is a very, very magical time of the year. So, okay, the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the 3 of Cups. And it's one of my favorites because it's a card of celebration and bright happening. So isn't that a magical card to come out at this time of the year where we are celebrating for many, many reasons? And I'm not going to go into the religious connotations of what Easter means. For those of you that are that way inclined, you'll be fully aware of that. You don't need me to educate you. But it is a time of celebration, of renewal, of hope, of joy, of looking forward to the future. No matter whether you believe in religious things or whether you don't, it is still a time of renewal and hope. And it's a time where we should take stock and celebrate the things that are happening in our lives. And, sometimes celebrations don't have to be because of big things. They can be because of small things that you've made a major milestone. And people used to laugh at me when I used to say this, but it's a celebration when you get to the end of the ironing basket. It's something to celebrate if you're not somebody that does your ironing as you bring it off the line. So there's many different reasons to celebrate this week. So you find something that's very unique and personal and special for you. So let's move on to the astrology section of the show because we have quite a bit to get through today. We still have the sun in Aries. It's the Aries time of the year. So if you've got a bit of a spring in your step and you're finding that you've got lots of energy, that's probably why, no matter what star sign you are, because we've just gone into the new astrological year. And it's always exciting, I think, to feel something fresh and new and sparkly and sort of something that gets us out of bed of a morning, that motivates us to do something more with our lives. Now, particularly for Aries at the moment, I want to suggest to you that you really need to make sure that if there's anything that needs fixing in your life, particularly on an emotional level or on a physical level, or if you've been ignoring something that you really do need to go and get sorted out with your medical practitioner, now is the time. Please don't put it off, because a lot of Aries people are sort of saying to me, look, I'm feeling a little bit tired. I'm feeling a little bit as if I've been running a marathon. Well, maybe you have been. And it's about time now that you started looking after yourself, taking care of yourself, removing any obstacles out of your life. And sometimes those obstacles are on an emotional level. We're all human, no matter what star sign we are, and we all tend to carry emotional baggage with us, even though we think we've sort of released it, let it go, forgotten about it, chucked it in the trash or whatever. We still carry it deep down inside of us. So this is why, particularly Aries people at the moment, you're being asked to soul search, to look deep in your soul. If there's anything there that needs fixing on an emotional or a physical level, now is the time to do so. It may seem as if it's a little bit exaggerated or a little bit, out there at the moment, because you've got the sun conjunct or holding hands Chiron, the planet, with the Arabian part, which is the wounded healer, which is where we look for areas in ourselves that need healing or fixing, whether it's physical or emotional. Also conjunct or holding hands Jupiter in Aries, where Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, new beginnings, things that we can really bring into our lives. A time when we shouldn't waste the opportunities that are there. But also Jupiter here can exaggerate things a little bit, blow them out of all proportion, make them seem bigger than what they are. So that's why I'm suggesting, if there is a health issue, please don't ignore it. Don't think that it's just your imagination. Go and seek some medical advice, do something about it. And if it's of an emotional level, if you've got things flooding back into your mind from the past, things that you think that are long gone, why would I be thinking about that? Why is that coming back into the conscious part of my mind? It's there for you to have one last look at it, deal with it, look at it, see if there's anything else that you can gain from that. Is there any more wisdom that you can gain from it? If not, then just release it and let it go and say, see you later, have a great life. It's time for you to be able to be ready to move on. Now, that also applies to Librans, Leos and Sagittarius, not so much to the other signs. It's sort of watering itself down as it flows through to the other signs, but those 4 signs in particular. But the number one at the queue is Aries people. So we now move on to what's happening with some of the Tauruses in our world. And when we talk about Taurus, we're also talking about Scorpio, Virgo, and Capricorn. So we've got Taurus at the moment is the North Node is actually conjunct Mercury at the moment. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication, opportunity. It's the way that we communicate with the world. Now, with Mercury sitting here in Taurus at the moment, and it's conjunct or holding hands, which is what is known as the North Node, which is one of the nodes or another part of astrology that we look to for guidance. Now, the North Node here is showing us the way forward. So particularly for anybody in those signs that I've mentioned, communication is going to be key over the next couple of weeks, and particularly over the Easter weekend. You're looking at different ways to sort of get your communication heard. If you've got something really important you've got to say, or if there's been an issue that you've needed to bring up with a family member or a friend, make sure that you're going to do it in a way that is non-confrontive. Don't walk in there and be all armed, ready for a fight. Do it in a nice, gentle sort of approach. Make sure you have your listening ears on. It's a time of negotiation. It's a time of communication that I have my say, you have your say, I have my say, you have your say, and then hopefully we try and find a resolution out of that if there's an issue or a problem. It's not the time to go in there with all guns blazing and sort of ready to go to battle. This is not that sort of conjunction that's happening at the moment. It's about understanding, listening. It's also about sort of, bringing up topics that might be very important to us. Now, this doesn't matter what your star sign is. If there's communication that needs to be talked about, particularly over Easter, make sure that you do it in a gentle, calm sort of manner. Don't be sort of argumentative. Don't be sort of dictatorial. Don't be bossy. Do it in a nice, soft, gentle sort of way. And then that way that you'll find that you get more answers, that people are much more responsive to listening to what you've got to say, because you are being gentle, you are being caring. You're not being negative. You're being a much, much better person to be around. So there may be some sort of, slight disagreements that might come up over the Easter break. Isn't it wonderful about holiday times? It brings out some of the family skeletons out of the closet that we thought that we'd long dealt with. All of a sudden they're there and we need to confront them again. I don't know what it is about holidays and get-togethers with family. I suppose it's because we have a lot of family members in one room, and that's the ideal time to bring up these things, but it doesn't always make it for a pleasant time. We also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is conjunct Venus in Taurus as well. So for those of you that might be seeking love or looking to sort of move into a new relationship, or wondering when some really nice positive things are going to happen in your life, now is the time when we can attract new love. We have to be aware, though, that this person that we attract under this cycle may be somebody completely different. They may have a completely different outlook, maybe the type of person that we've never been out with before in our past, that's somebody that sort of really is intriguing and different. We also need to make sure that there is enough points of things there that really would glue a relationship together. It's all well and fine to being attracted to somebody daring and different and completely different from anybody you've ever attracted before, but there needs to be some common ground there. There needs to be something there to build a relationship on. Let's not just get sort of carried away with the point of, wow, this person's so different, of course I must fall in love with them because they are so different. There always needs to be something there that holds a relationship together, and not just the first initial attraction of somebody looks wonderful, or they really, I like being in their energy. There has to be a lot more than that makes a long-term commitment. Friendship is very, very important, understanding each other and also being there for each other and not sitting in judgment, but supporting the other person through their dreams and things that they wish to make a reality. We have Saturn, the planet of discipline, has just entered into Pisces, hasn't been there very long now. So Saturn here is asking sort of all the Pisceans to sort of really get their act together a little bit. It's about restructuring their lives, and restructure doesn't necessarily have to be difficult. It can be something that we do gently as we go along. It can be something that we sort of say to ourselves, yes, I'm very comfortable with this. I'm happy to make some changes in my life. I'm happy to grow up a little bit more. Maybe I'm happy to not sort of just leave things to chance anymore. Maybe it's time for me to start putting a little bit of extra effort in, some action in to make things a reality. So this is a good time to have sort of Saturn going through the sign of Pisces, because it means it's going to bring structure to their lives. And many Pisceans are very, very creative little souls. And sometimes with that creativity, they forget to be able to harness it or focus on it to a way that they can bring it to fruition. So Saturn sitting here will actually give them that discipline, will give them that structure that sometimes Pisces people really lack. It's sort of like they come up with these brilliant ideas. They're amazing to be around. They have this most wonderful outlook on life, but they forget how to structure things. They forget that you've got to meet deadlines, and things like that are really important in the real world, that we do need to meet deadlines. So for Saturn is actually making a lovely aspect to Mars in Cancer. Now, Mars in Cancer is the planet of action. It's the planet of, sometimes sort of people sort of call it the planet of war. I don't like to look at it in that way, because hopefully we're not going to have too many more wars in the world. But I like to look at Mars as being the planet of action. It's what gets us out of bed of a morning. It's what drives us. It's our ambition. It's our drive. It's our stickability, whatever label you want to put on it. So with Mars sitting in Cancer here at the moment, it's bringing that sort of really soft, watery, homely sort of feel, the nurturing sort of feel to everything. So it's interesting if you're trying to get a new project off the ground, regardless of your star sign, allow your creativity to run wild a little bit. Allow it to run wild and find its own level, and then bring in the action, the drive from Mars that can sort of bring things home. It's sort of like there's opportunities abounding. I know lots of people at the moment are looking at whether or not they're going to stay in current positions, current jobs that they're in. Is it time for a change? Is it time for a move? And for a number of people, it is time for a change, or it is time for a move. But this is about listening to your inner voice, listening to your inner intuition, and sort of saying, is this precisely the right time for me to be making a change? Or am I just being a little bit, I'm sick of everything and I want to overthrow everything because I'm bored, because I'm cranky, because I didn't have enough sleep? You've got to make sure that the changes are right for you, that it's not something that you just sort of are doing because you got out of bed the wrong side this morning. So the final planet I want to talk about is Pluto. Now, Pluto has just gone into Aquarius in the last 10 days. Now, he'll only dip his toe in the water, so to speak, here in Aquarius until about June. So it's interesting to see how Pluto is going to play out, because Pluto hasn't been in Aquarius in over 200 years. So we don't have a lot to go back on to look at and sort of say, what are the symbolic things that how Pluto behaved last time it was in Aquarius. I've just noticed in this last 10 days that with Pluto in Aquarius, it's really interesting how people are really sticking to what they believe in, whether they're politicians or who they might be, or people in prominent positions, or even just yourself. It's like, well, this is what I believe in, and don't question it. I'm not going to give you a reason why I believe in it. I just do. So to me, Pluto was sort of intensifying that I know this is what I believe in. This is what's important to me, and I'll shove it down your throat whether you want to hear it or not. But this is my belief system, and don't challenge it. So I think all of us need to be aware that while Pluto has just dipped his toe into Aquarius, that we don't get on our soapbox and become too dogmatic in conversations that we're having, and shut our ears off to listening to someone else's point of view. It's really interesting because people will really go to the nth degree to defend a type of behavior or a belief system, or a way that they've always done things. And I think we're going to see this a lot in political circles around the world, where politicians are going to get up and say, well, this is the way it's always been done, and this is the way we're going to continue, because this is what the party believes in, and this is the party belief system, and this is how this country was founded. And we're going to see a lot more conversations like that, where it's almost as if they're trying to convince themselves that they've always been right, and there's no other way that we can look at something. Now, the Aquarian energy is about thinking outside the square, is finding new and innovative solutions. So it's interesting, it's almost in a tug of war, where Pluto was sort of being so dogmatic and wanting to hang on to the old and the tried and the true, whether it's working or not, that's the way we're going, and we're not going to change it. Where the Aquarian energy is coming in and trying to disrupt that and sort of get a jackhammer in under the foundations and saying, are they really that secure? Haven't you thought of maybe a different way of approaching this? So I think we're going to be heading into some interesting times. So for Aquarians, you may be feeling a little bit uncomfortable, feeling as if your world's walking around on quicksand and not secure like it was. Just get used to it, because once Pluto moves in there, he's going to be there for a very long time. That won't be till the end of 2024 on a permanent basis, for a very long time, but we're going to have a few ins and outs up until then. So I hope that's helped you understand a little bit more about what's happening around the universe this week. We're going to talk with Trinaya in Seal Beach in California. I hope I've pronounced that right. I'm sure I haven't. But anyway, how can I help you today, sweetie? Hello, are you there, Trinaya?
Hello, hi.
Hi, sweetie. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Is there a question I can answer for you?
Well, I was actually looking for mediumship. As far as questions go, I'm looking for see how my financial situation is going to be, and with my new job, and also am I going to stick with it? But I also was just really into mediumship because I had several people that had passed away. So.
Okay, sweetie, look, mediumship is not something you can do in a couple of minutes to do it properly. What I can do is answer your question for you. If somebody wants to chime in from the other side, I'll be more than happy to pass on the messages. But they quite often get a little bit of stage fright coming through with the whole world listening in too, and it's something that it doesn't always happen quite that quickly. So as far as your new job situation is concerned, I'm not sure that you're in the right job. I sort of feel a little bit uncomfortable still with it. Is that how you're feeling? Because to me it's not sort of fitting like a glove, like I'd like to feel it should. I'm
right,
not
like
saying
I wanted it to.
Yeah, and I'm going to say let's give it a little bit more time, because I don't know that, like some things that we move into, and particularly with jobs, we walk in and day one it feels like it fits like a glove and it's where I'm meant to be and I feel like I'm home. And then there's other things that are a bit prickly. And this one to me feels a little bit prickly. It's not that you can't do the job. It's not that you're not competent. It's just that I'm just not sure the people are that friendly. It's sort of like everybody's sort of so caught up in their role. It's sort of people have forgotten to sort of say, hey, how are you? Are you coping? Is there anything I can help you with? I just feel by the end of April, the early part of May, I think you're going to feel a lot more comfortable with the role than you do now. And I do actually think it will grow on you. And interestingly enough, I think you're going to stay there for quite a long time. So it's obviously going to improve then if you're going to stay there for a number of years and not sort of, at the moment you're thinking, well, have I made the right choice? Should I be looking for something else? No, I don't think you should jump to that conclusion yet. Let's just sort of take one day at a time and see where it goes. You weren't wrong when you said there was quite a few people on the other side. I've got quite a gathering of people there all waving and saying hello. Nobody's sort of really coming through with any particular message other than they all want to be first. Is that how your family behaved?
Yeah.
That they all want to be the number one. They all want to be the center of attention, because that's the way they're behaving to me, like a classroom full of 10-year-olds all going, look at me, look at me, look at me, I'm over here waving, and that's how they're all. But obviously they're happy to be able to sort of, look at me, wave, and sort of get some sort of message through. So I'm taking it from that, with nobody sort of popping forward and saying, look, I have a really significant message that this has got to be passed on, that they're all happy with the way things are unfolding. Was there one particular passing of a female that you were puzzled by or was harder to get over the loss of?
Well, probably my mother, and that was the only female. But yes, it was a little bit disturbing for me. But yeah, I mean that's all I could think of for a female. But yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just that this female came forward and she didn't sort of say much. She just said you'd had an issue or were more upset over losing her, as if there was question marks around it, as if you didn't fully understand it. That was the way she presented it to me. Was there question marks over her death? Was
Yeah,
it sudden?
and I still don't. Yeah, I still don't. It was my mother. I mean, she was on hospice. Yeah, and I questioned it because one day she was, fine, and then the next day she's in hospice, and there's just questions about it, why did it happen so quick like that? So, yeah, I wasn't comfortable with the situation.
No, and that's why I think she brought it up. But she's sort of saying to me there was nothing abnormal about it, like it was just the way it was. Things just escalated very quickly. She was more upset about the fact that you were upset about that part than, I mean, it's always sad when we lose somebody. I'm not trying to minimize that, but that's the thing that's been standing out or bothering her, if I can put it that way, that you didn't have answers, that you were still questioning it and not just getting on with the process of grieving and missing her and remembering the good times, that you were sort of stuck in this groove. And that's why I think she pushed away to the front. Let me assure you, she sort of literally knocked people out of the road to get there, to get her say. And that was sort of different to the way, everybody was waving and sort of, as I said, behaving like 10-year-olds in a classroom. And then all of a sudden this woman pushed her way through to the front, and she was literally knocking people out of the road because she needed to get this message across. So there's nothing there that was sinister. I think that's the main thing she wants you to know, and she just wants you to get on with understanding that she's happy, she's settled, she's not sick anymore, and she loves you and she misses you, and enjoy your time with the family over Easter. Anyway, sweetie, that's where we're going to have to leave it. We're going to talk with Tammy now in Erin, Pennsylvania. Are you there, Tammy?
Yes.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweeties?
I'm trying to figure out if now is the right time to tell somebody that I love them, because I'm kind of scared to.
Okay,
and I'm not
sweetie.
sure if it's the right one or not.
The right time or the right person to say I love you to? The right time, is it?
Well, both.
Both. Okay. Well, sweetie, you're the only one that can answer whether or not you're in love with somebody or you love someone. It's not my role to sort of say yes or no to
Right.
that part. But,
I mean, I am. I'm scared to, and I don't know if it's the right time or not.
Of course, I can understand that. It's always a very difficult thing when you're in a relationship, and particularly when it's still relatively new. When do you bring up that L word? We don't want to frighten someone off, but at the same time, you want the other person to know that you are really serious about them and that they mean a lot to you, and that the word love conjures up a lot of different things for a lot of different people. Sweetie, I don't know that you need to sort of try and decide whether this is the right time and, get all tense and upset about it and worried about it. Let's just let things flow in their own natural way. I think there's going to be a natural opening for those words to come out, and it won't be something that you've sat down and thought about or rehearsed or whatever. I think it will just happen, and it'll happen naturally. And I'm going to say it's going to be very well received, because I can see him turning around saying something to the effect, and I love you too, and I always have. So, let's not sort of put too much pressure on the situation. Let's just enjoy the time that you've got together and let things sort of flow. I think, we get so caught up in everything, particularly at the beginning of a relationship, where we don't want to frighten someone off by us being too strong, too emotional, too whatever. But at the same time, we need to find that balance to let them know that we're there and that we care for them, and this is really important to you. I don't think he's the world's greatest communicator, and particularly when it comes to matters of the heart, he gets a little bit tongue-tied. He practices everything in his head 5,000 times, and then when he goes to say it, nothing comes out, and he sort of seems a bit clumsy or says something that seems really abstract or stupid. But look, I think once we get this initial I love you out, I think things will flow a lot easier. Look, I really think this union is very positive. I think the two of you are very, very well suited. You've both had some heartache in the past that you're both aware of and don't wish to repeat. But at the same time, I don't think either one of you are frozen in fear of never falling in love again either. And sometimes that's the thing, people sort of promise themselves they're never going to be hurt again, and they shut everything down so that they never allow love in again, or it takes a long time for it to come back in. But with you guys, I think it's, the block of ice is nicely thawing at a nice pace, and I think before too long, the two of you will be starting to talk futures and what we're going to do when we do this and when we do that as a couple, as a serious couple, which is good. So which one of you would move?
He would.
He would? Okay. because that's something
I
that
would
I
too,
know
but
that,
it's something
yeah.
he's already looking at doing. So
Yeah, I just felt that there, as things become more serious, there would need to be a move. And I don't mean moving into a house together. I mean a move that's a little bit more distant than just round the corner to me. So that would be him, would it?
Yep. Yeah,
Yeah, but that is,
he's already looking.
yeah, I was going to say that he's already starting to look. He's already been thinking about it, making plans. Now, that's not something that you do if you're not in love with somebody or believing that this is going to be a more serious connection than just a casual acquaintance. So, you know, there's certainly sort of quite a bit of movement in the camp there. He's a really, really nice man. I just keep getting a lovely smile on his face. There isn't much that rattles his cage. You know, he's a very patient man, a very caring man. He keeps telling me he's not really good with the words. And yet I want to say that, you know, you don't have to write a novel. You know, just 3 little words, I love you, that can mean the world, can't they? I mean, you don't need a great expanse past that point. It's just, I don't think he's ever really considered himself very romantic. And all of a sudden he's got all these romantic ideas with you, you know, buy the flowers, do this, say I love you and tell you how beautiful you are. And he's got to try and bring that into his daily repertoire. But I do think he will, and everything will move forward. So anyway, that's where we're going to leave the readings for today. So we've come to the end of the show again. I mean, the half hour goes very, very quickly, as I appreciate. And it's interesting because it's a time of the year where most of us miss the people that have left us, that we have them back in our thoughts. And, you know, for many people, it'll be the first Easter without their loved ones. And that's a particularly hard time because it's a time when you're used to celebrating or have family get-togethers and meals together and a lot of laughter. And all of a sudden that one person is missing or a number of people are missing, and it makes it harder to sort of go on. But let me assure you, everyone that's gone before us wouldn't want to see you sad. They want to see you making new memories, happy memories, and getting on with life and celebrating, and have a little chat with them. Set up a little area that's just for those that are no longer with us, so that you can feel that you've made a special, you know, place at the Easter table, or have an Easter egg for them. I mean, I'm sure they'll be pleased if you do that. So anyway, this week I want to leave you with a song that was written by one of the world's most prolific songwriters, and I don't think there'll ever be anybody that can write a song like this man could. And he wrote many, many songs, but this one in particular says it all. I Say a Little Prayer for You. Burt Bacharach wrote that beautiful song for Dionne Warwick. And it's one of the most beautiful, inspirational songs I think that we can have at this time of the year where, you know, I will say a little prayer for you over Easter. So happy Easter, everyone, and see you next week. Bye for now.
How are you today? It's Terry Lynn Boyle. I am here on Vancouver Island in beautiful British Columbia, Canada. Canada, yes, that's where I am. And I wonder where you are. Now, this is my first show back. I took a little bit of a hiatus for a couple of years, I think probably about 4 or 5 years, and now I'm back. So, how is everyone today? We're going to do a reading today, but first I want to talk a little bit about something that I actually read on the internet. This was something, as I get older, I think about, you know, age, right?